No, no importa. Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Clerk, are we live?
Yes, sir.
All right. I apologize for the late start. I'd like to welcome everyone to the February 25th, 2025 Commission. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here. We hope that you participate in one form or another. You can come and speak in person. You can speak via Zoom. You can also call or send us an email. We look forward to your interaction, your guidance, and we always appreciate everyone who joins us in person or engages in one form or another. So to get us started today, I'd like to have Pastor Desi Jimenez from Christ Journey Church. Please come forward. Pastor, as always, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you. We're grateful to have you here today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a privilege to be here, Mrs. Mayor, and to all the commissioners. Thank you for your leadership in the city. It means a great deal to me as a pastor at Christ Journey Church, formerly University Baptist Church, which is just right down the street on Segovia and Anastasia. And I'm not only a pastor there, but I'm also a resident of the city. So your leadership means a great deal to me, and our church sends our love and our support in anything we can do for you guys. We are here for you. Would you pray with me? Dear Lord, I give thanks for this beautiful day that you have given us. We do not take it for granted. I want to ask you for your continued wisdom and strength for these leaders in front of me. Continue to bless them and continue to bless this city, the city beautiful. And it's in your awesome name that we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. As always, we'd like to thank your worshipers and your congregation. Our best wishes, and we look forward to having you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
To lead us in the pledge, Madam City Attorney, will you lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to our Merrick Minute. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us.
Okay. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House Board of Governors, oh my gosh, hold on a second. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House Board of Governors brings to the Commission the Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Genevieve Orr, member of the board, which also includes Mary Beth Burke, Carmen Cason, Alexis Ehrenhoff, Margaret Groves, Joanne Marr, Bonnie Sipe. From the age of 13 to 21, George Merrick worked alongside and developed deep friendships with the Bahamians, who taught George and his father Solomon, as transplanted Northerners, how to clear the land and help them plant and harvest. They called them the way showers. In her book, Son of the South Wind, historian Arva Moore Parks writes, quote, in 1919, George platted St. Albans Park on Reverend Bolton's former home site. A short time later, he purchased Flora McFarland's homestead and platted it in addition to St. Albans Park, thus expanding Coconut Grove's Black community even more. Living conditions among downtown Miami's Black population, however, remain deplorable in Merrick's opinion. In his 1937 speech to the Miami Realty Board, then board president, Merrick decries the sorry state of the neighborhoods and states that, quote, "Today, this third of our present citizenry is effectively denied water access and water use. It is proposed to give fairness to this deserved one-third of our citizenry." He further recommended that the shoddily constructed houses and flats be replaced with attractive artistic homes with fruit trees and gardens on plots varying in size from a quarter acre to a full acre, much like those found in Grantstown in Nassau. That's it. That's your Mayor Bennett. Well, two.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you so much. Moving on to presentations and protocol documents, item A1, a presentation of a resolution of condolence to the bereaved family of Mark Trowbridge and declaring the week of February 24, 2025 as Mark Trowbridge Week in Coral Gables. Before we get started, I'd like to read some comments onto the record if possible. With heavy hearts, we gather today to mourn the passing of Mark Trowbridge, a man who was not just the president of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, not just Mr. Coral Gables, but a true and sincere friend. Mark was a confidant and someone whose friendship I cherish deeply. We traveled to Tallahassee together, advocating for the causes we believed in. Over the years, we worked side by side on projects and events that shaped this community, moments that will forever be etched in my memory. We stood together as we raised the first pride flag at the City Hall, a testament to Mark's unwavering commitment to inclusivity and progress. And beyond all the work, we simply enjoyed each other's company. His laughter, his kindness, and his boundless energy made every moment brighter. For almost 20 years, Mark dedicated himself to making Coral Gables a better place. Under his leadership, the Chamber became one of the most influential business organizations in the state, but his impact reached far beyond the business world. He was a connector, a cheerleader, and a guiding light for so many. To know Mark was to feel his warmth, to witness his passion, and to understand what it truly meant to love a community. As we grieve this immense loss, let us also celebrate his legacy by carrying forward the spirit of service, excellence, and camaraderie that he embodied. My heart is with his family, his loved ones, and all those who had the privilege of calling him a friend. Through some of the most difficult moments in my life, on this dais, as a business owner, as a family man, Mark was always by my side. Over 12 years, Mark and I built a relationship. It's more than 12 years. It was 14 or 15 years before I had the privilege of serving. That was a special bond. Many of you understood our bond. There wasn't a day that I didn't speak to Mark. Whether we ran into each other, whether he called me or I called him, it was a phone call to check in. How are you doing? What's going on? How can I be of assistance? How can I help you? One of the most beautiful things that I mentioned, and I know that we have our friends from St. Thomas here, when Mark was really sick, my family, my wife and I decided to bring Mark some cheer, to do what we could to bring a smile to his face. So we surprised him at his house with the choir from St. Thomas. When he stepped out his door and he saw the choir singing Christmas hymns, not this Christmas, but the one before, I saw a side of him that he was always very jovial and always very happy, but I saw a side of him in some of his most, he was in a moment of distress. He was sick, he was tired, he was beaten down. But I saw from him a moment of relief, a moment where he could enjoy himself, be himself, and truly let himself go after such a long battle. To not be able to call him every day is going to be difficult. Mark, I want to thank you for your leadership, for your kindness, and for the joy you brought to all of us, especially me. I want to be greedy. I want to say especially me. You will always be so much more than Mr. Coral Gables. You will be deeply missed, my friend. I'd like to hear from my colleagues on the commission and from anyone here who'd like to say a few words. I have a resolution that I'll be reading into the record, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Madam Vice Mayor.
I think everyone was touched by Mark. My last message to him, I shared with him my mother's advice about taking care of yourself. Because in order to help others, you need to take care of yourself first. We need you, but we need you healthy. We love your humor, wit, and charm, and would like to enjoy your company when you're strong again. Lean on your friends. They will be honored and proud to take your heavy burden off your shoulders. Rest now so you can be healthy and strong again. That was Wednesday. Thursday, he responded saying he was feeling stronger. Home health care nurses come daily. It was after that we lost our dear friend. So my message to all of you is enjoy every day and lean on your friends. They will help carry you through your difficult times.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Sir?
My wife and I had the honor and the pleasure to be at Mark's table at the Museum Centennial Gala, January 27th. And it was a beautiful evening, a lot of joy, a lot of festivity. And that night, something caught my attention. Mark, more than ever, he was very reflective that night. In a subtle way, he was reflecting on the world around him. And I noticed that he was pointing out those things that are important in life and those things that are just passing and sometimes just noise. When Mark went up to receive his award and he came back to our table, the Chambers table, I noticed that he needed help to be seated again. And then I put that with his reflection throughout the night. And I think towards the end of his life, I think we all at some point more clearly than ever realize what's important and what's not important. And for Mark, what was important to him were the friends and his colleagues around him that made his days special, those that truly cared about him. And when he received the award, he recognized each and every person at that table, not because he had to, but because he wanted to, because they meant something very special in his life beyond the chamber, beyond a career, beyond profession. Those are people that touched his heart. And I'm comforted to know that Mark's final days were not only one of reflection, but one of gratitude for the friendship, the care, and the love that this community gave him.
Commissioner Castro?
So my relationship with Mark started way before I was a commissioner. I was a very big part of the chamber. I breathed, walked, lived the chamber before I was a commissioner. And that was a time where I was able to really build a relationship with Mark. We had our ups and downs. I would say more ups than downs. He was happy, joyful, a wonderful storyteller. I never knew how he came up with so many wonderful stories on the spot. I really admire that from him. For me, it's really hard, since my mom passed, to even talk about people that passed. It hits me in a very, very, very hard way. So what I did was put a video together of moments we had in Tallahassee and joyful moments so we can remember him for the good things in life. Billy, if you do me the honor of putting the video.
Commissioner, if we could keep going, and then we'll
You
play
want me
the
to
video.
keep on talking?
No, I mean, go to another commissioner, and then we'll play the video afterwards.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
This morning, as I walked into this room, and I saw so many people from the chamber, there was one person missing. And that hit me hard. There have been very few deaths in my life that have hit me as hard as this death has. And unexpectedly. He was a part of our lives every single day. He was a part of this city as long as I have been a part of this city. Since 2006, Mark gave 100%, or like the mayor likes to say, 110%, every single day for the city beautiful. As I said in my statement, nobody loved Coral Gables more than Mark Trowbridge. Every single day, regardless of how he felt, he was pushing for the city of Coral Gables. Even through the darkest of days that he had over the last 3 years, Mark was still dedicated to ensuring that this city was the beacon of light that it is, not just here in South Florida, but around the world. And he dedicated his life to this city. Today, we're honoring a man who was Mr. Coral Gables, and he deserved that name because of all he did for each and every one of us. A few days ago, I exchanged text messages with Mark, and he told me, this is a major setback for me. And I told him, setbacks are what sets up a comeback, and you have a whole community behind you. And unfortunately, we're here today without him, but this community needs to come together and continue to live on with Mark's legacy of unity, of community, and ensuring that together we move forward as a successful city that we are. We need to make sure that Mark's vision to ensure that our small businesses are successful, ensure that our residents are participating in the small businesses, becomes a reality, and we need to work together to ensure that. Mark, you are sorely missed.
Mr. Clerk, do we have the video from?
If cable TV can play the
Maybe
video
can
that
play
they
that,
have
please.
for.
So in preparation for our centennial, one of the many that we had the honor to interview was Mark Trowbridge. And we'd like for you to enjoy this moment and reflect.
Well, I first came to the chamber in August of
If Mark was here, he'd say a joke.
Well, I first came to the chamber in August of 2006, so just about 18 years ago. And I came from working at the city of Miami. So I've always had a background in working in either municipal government or nonprofits. And the chamber came a-calling, and I answered that call. You know, one of the great things about the city and the chamber's relationship is that we really grew up together. The city of Coral Gables was founded in April of 1925, and of course we were founded in October of 1925, just a few months apart, by the same founder, George Merrick. He was our first chairman of the board, as he was the city's founder. As we grew up together, there was a lot of synergy and energy between the city and the chamber. Obviously, the city is very dependent on, you know, what we do in the business community and how we work together, but also providing great quality of life and services that extend out to all of our residents. All of that is, you know, come together over the last 98 years to create something very special in our downtown. And while no one who's involved in our chamber today was there on day one in 1925, we know a lot about those first early meetings. As you can imagine, they were mostly men who were probably at the time, you know, the earliest type of entrepreneur or business leader. They were working for banks and other types of organizations here in our community. The 1960s and 1970s, you know, obviously we had our first woman chair of the board. We had a much more diverse organization that was reflective of our changing community, you know, more Latinos who were coming into the community. We started to see ourselves even more so as the international city that George Merrick envisioned. Certainly the University of Miami was leading the way in the types of programs, majors, and graduates that it was graduating. But you looked at the fact that we had a group of people, especially in our chamber, who were going and bringing organizations to Coral Gables who had an interest in doing business in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and Central America. opening for the first time what we would call, multinational organizations. These organizations are around today, more than 130 of them, but really began in the 1960s and 70s when the Chamber and a few folks who were very forward-thinking said, we're the perfect place for that. We're a couple of miles from the airport. We are multilingual. And more important than that, we have a great infrastructure here that was very representative of the City Beautiful. We're going to have a legacy that everybody is on board with, but also a mission and a strategic plan that everyone has embraced.
Thank you. Now, before we ask some members of the community to come up and speak, I'd like to read onto the record a resolution of condolence.
Mr. Mayor, before you begin, I also have the video from Commissioner Castro.
Period after. Thank you. Whereas Mark dedicated almost 2 decades to transformation and growth of the Coral Gables Chamber, establishing it as a beacon of excellence and leadership within the business community, not only of Coral Gables, but also the state of Florida. During his remarkable tenure, the Chamber grew in size and impact. And whereas he is not only a visionary leader, but also a beloved friend and cherished member of our community, his unwavering passion and dedication enriched our lives, making Coral Gables a place of opportunity. And whereas his contributions exceeded beyond professional achievements, his vibrant personality and generous spirit touched everyone he met, making him a true pillar of Coral Gables community. And whereas Mark innovative initiatives and strategic partnerships significantly enhance the economic vitality and cultural richness of the city of Coral Gables, leaving a lasting legacy that will benefit future generations. And whereas Mark was the former president of the University of Florida National Alumni Association and considered himself the #1 Gator in the home of the University of Miami Hurricanes. And whereas his leadership style was characterized by his open-minded approach and commitment to inclusivity, which fostered a welcoming and supportive environment for all business members and residents of the community. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, as we mourn this immense loss, we extend our heartfelt sympathies to his family, friends, and all who knew him. Mark's legacy of service, excellence, and friendship will continue to inspire and guide us. In recognition of his invaluable contributions and in memory of his visionary leadership, we hereby present this certificate of condolence. Mark's impact will forever be part of the Coral Gables, and he will be profoundly missed. In witness whereof I here on to place my hand and cause this great seal of the city of Coral Gables to be affixed to this 25th day of February, 2025. So I'd like to hear the video that Commissioner Castro has produced, but I have an idea, and I'd like for my colleagues to support me on this, and I think it's an opportunity. When you talk about the business community, and when you talk about impact, he exemplified impact. He exemplified the business community. Our city, the business community is the backbone of our city, financially. The Chamber is where it is today because of the great members of the Chamber, Mark Trowbridge's commitment. But our downtown is what it is because of the business community. So over the last few years, one of the projects that I've been working on that I'm very proud of is to expand on our parks. We went from having 1 park in the downtown, Pond Circle Park, to now having over 6, and hopefully 10 in the next few years as they come online. I'd like, with the support of my colleagues on the commission, to name a park in the downtown after Mark Trowbridge. I think that there is a beautiful, beautiful opportunity to honor somebody who drove a mission. That mission was service, dedication, beyond the business community. It was selfless. Anybody who's willing to call me every single day to see how I'm doing above himself, this is the least that we could do. So I'd like to make a motion to name, the city can decide which park. We have multiple different parks that are coming online due to private-public partnerships. For example, the Mercedes-Benz lot across the street, you have the Publix lot, you have the one in front of Nordstrom's, you have the one on Segovia that's forthcoming. I'd love to be able to name one of these parks after Mark Trowbridge. I think it's a symbolic gesture that will carry a lot of weight and will for sure, not that he needs it, but will solidify his legacy. Because what I would like to see is one day when my daughters are playing in Coral Gables, walking through the city, and they ask, who's Mark Trowbridge? I think that is important because people need to know the story of Mark Trowbridge. It's not the businessman. It's not the business leader. It's a guy with a huge heart who was an amazing, amazing person. An amazing person. And if you didn't get to know him, I kind of feel bad for you. I kind of feel bad for you. So I'd like to make a motion, if I may, with the support of my colleagues, the manager can decide which park is appropriate, or maybe they can work with the family and the members of the chamber to make that decision come to reality.
I'll second
it.
that.
Madam Vice Mayor with a second. Mr. Clerk?
Okay. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Commissioner Castro, would you like to see the video?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So if cable TV could please play the video for Commissioner Castro.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we'd be driving, and they just tell you kind of go with the flow. They turn the music up, and you'd be going over the Rickenbacker Causeway. The car would be rattling like, hurry, I have to get to my hotel in like 4 minutes. And you cannot speed on Key Biscayne. All right, you guys ready? I'm gonna do. Oh, is that being filmed? Of ours, like Melissa Castro, was here today because she's got really integrated into the life of Procurement. It's not like her business, but for what she could bring to the table. We need lots of Melissa Castro.
Good morning.
Beautiful video. I'd like to see if some of the family members, and I mean everyone, we all consider ourselves part of his family, to please share some of your anecdotes, some of your stories. Share a little bit about Mark. I think it's important. Would anybody like to come forward? Up, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, and all of you here today. I wish I was here talking about FPL issues, even though I don't at that time, but this is very difficult for us, but we would like to make a few comments. I want to tell you I'm joined here by our members of the Board of Directors. Our staff, chamber staff is here today, friends, family, and all of you. It is with heavy hearts that we acknowledge the profound loss of our chamber president and CEO, Mark Trowbridge. I stand here today as our chair of the board and represent the hundreds of businesses and friends who are missing Mark today. For nearly 2 decades, Mark's leadership, can you guys hear me? Oh. Yeah. For nearly 2 decades, Mark's leadership, vision, and unwavering dedication has shaped the Coral Gables business landscape into what we have grown to know, love, and thrive in. Mark worked tirelessly to elevate the profile of our organization in the community, while building robust programs locally and nationally. It is because of Mark's deep dedication to Coral Gables and the Miami community that we are recognized as one of the top of our state's chambers. During this difficult time, we want to assure you that Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce remains steadfast in its century-old mission to advance business success and member engagement in Coral Gables and beyond through our commitment to inclusiveness, relevance, and integrity. Our executive board is working hand in hand with our dedicated and capable staff, guiding us through this transition. As an organization, we are incredibly fortunate to be supported by our staff and leadership who will continue to uphold our chamber's values and commitments. I can assure you that Mark never stopped working. These last few weeks, especially these last few weeks, to make the recent Burgerlicious event our best fundraiser yet. Mark's spirit lives on in the work that we do, and we are committed to honoring his legacy by moving forward with strength, unity, and purpose, and love. We will be honoring Mark with a celebration of life in March. Once those details becomes available, we will make sure to share them with you. On behalf of everyone who worked with Mark, thank you for your support and understanding during this difficult time of mourning, and ensure you will continue to receive top-tier service that you expect from our chamber. I want to again especially our board of directors, the incredible chamber staff, and his family for the support that we have had in the last couple of days as we have regrouped to move the chamber forward in his absence. I want to also recognize that we are joined here today by his nephew, Taylor, and Diana, his wife, Trowbridge. Thank you for this moment. And, aside from this, the only thing I can say is he will be missed. He's an exceptional human being. And what I think made him so special is his ability to connect with everyone at such a different level. But he had a bond with every single one of us in this room and everywhere. His ability to know people on a level of family and children and to care for those extended relatives, it was just remarkable. And we miss him incredibly. It's hard to walk into the chamber office and not see him there. Thank you for your time today and for this beautiful remembrance of him. We are very grateful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Sarah Artacona here? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Artacona. I am a past chair of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, and I'm proud that I am a fourth-generation Miamian. I was Mark's partner in crime, so you will not get a lot of sadness from me this morning because, frankly, he would love to be honored like this. Unfortunately, it's the circumstances he's being honored under. But Mark would love the adulations. He would love that his family's here. He would love that we're laughing right now and sharing joy. He would also love the fact that we've mentioned a park next to Publix because I think he was there every day. Now, I want everybody to remember the good times of Mark. Yes, we all have our sad moments, and we have times where we're going to get down and think of such wonderful memories of seeing you, Madam Vice Mayor, at the farmer's market, and we would run into the rest of you. We sat together at the museum event, and we would all be together in so many of these fun functions together. So remember those good, funny times about Mark. Remember him around his birthday, May 8th, where he loved to throw his own party. Remember him at Christmas, where he would absolutely dress up in the most ridiculous costumes you've ever seen in your life. I would always say, Mark, wear your Santa suit, because he embodied all of the holiday spirit. When we were at his house earlier this week, he has boxes stacked to the ceiling of Christmas decorations. And every year we would make an outing to the Christmas Palace. We would get together, a bunch of people, and go over there. And I just realized the other day, being at his house, that this past year he insisted on buying this white ceramic Christmas tree. And when I got to his house, he had bought the same one the year before. So those are the kinds of things I want you to remember about Mark. Yes, it's a sad day, but this is a celebration of Mark. And that is how he would want to be remembered. He would want to be remembered of all the good he did for Coral Gables, how he would get here at the crack of dawn for some events. He tells me some days he would have 2 breakfasts and 2 lunches because so many people wanted to meet with him. And as I said in the Herald, you couldn't go anywhere without people writing down, Mark Trowbridge, you need to call me because I need to connect with so-and-so. So if you could have that energy carrying forward, I think that is the best and most honorable way to remember our Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Would one of the family members like to join us? Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
I must apologize. I don't have anything prepared, and much like my uncle, I can be long-winded, so feel free to cut my mic off at any point. Thank you, Commissioner, Mayor, for your kind words today. It's clear not only by this room, but by the outpouring of support that this man, my uncle, my best friend, was such an important part of this community. And we spoke a lot about his legacy, and his legacy lies in the success of this community, the business community specifically, and in everyone enjoying life. Even in the worst of times over the last few years that I got to spend more days than I would like with him sometimes. There were just these moments of gratitude, this idea that you shared of coming to the home and St. Thomas Choir. That was a bright moment in a lot of dark days that we had, but that was Mark. In times of darkness, he was the light. He found the humor. He told you the story. He told you the anecdote. He made time for you. We lost a great person, but his legacy will carry on in greatness, and I count on all of you to help me in that. And thank you for this moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the community, please? All right. Well, we'd like to thank all of you for being here. Mark will live on. His legacy will live on. And now we celebrate. Now we celebrate the beauty of his life, his unwavering commitment to the city of Coral Gables. But me, specifically, I will celebrate his selflessness. No matter how long the day was, he always found a way to call me. He always found a way to reach out. And he always knew when there was a problem, and he always had time. He always had time, not only for me, but for the city of Coral Gables. So I want to, in closing, thank Mark for his service, thank Mark for his friendship, but more importantly, thank you for your kindness. You're an amazing example of what humanity needs to be. God bless you.
Mayor, if I may, sorry to interrupt. Something I think probably Mark would enjoy if we could give Mark one final standing ovation. I think all of us together. Why don't we honor Mark with that?
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back. See you at 9:45. Thank you.
Do you want to take a picture?
All right. Thank you. We're moving on with the agenda. Item A2, a presentation or a proclamation declaring February 25th, 2025 Aix-en-Provence Day in Coral Gables. So I'd like to welcome the Mayor, Sophie Josat, who's here with us from Aix-en-Provence. It is a true privilege and an honor to have you. Aix has been a sister city to Coral Gables since 1997. That is an important part of our history, important part of our cultural history, and I'd like to welcome everyone who is here from Aix. Thank you for celebrating French Month with us, and it is truly an honor to have you. We look forward to celebrating over the next few days as this month progresses, but you being here is important for us. It's important for us not only because you're here at a very particular time during French Month, but also that you're here for our centennial. That sends a strong message that our bond is stronger than ever. And I'd also like to thank our volunteers who serve on the city board, and I'd love to hear from you after, please, who are here with us today. This work today does not get done without our staff and with our resident volunteers who are here with us today. So, Madam Mayor, the floor is yours, and I'll have the Vice Mayor read the proclamation at the end. Good morning.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire.
Bonjour.
We are very, very happy to be here in Coral Gables. Coral Gables is a beautiful, beautiful city. Yes, it's a pleasure. Monsieur le Maire, Vince Lago, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants de la ville de Coral Gables, Madame l'adjointe à l'attractivité aux relations internationales d'Aix-en-Provence et présidente de l'Office du tourisme, Madame Karima Reynal, Monsieur le Président de la Société Paul Cézanne, cher Denis Coutagne, Monsieur le Vice-président représentant de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie Aix-Marseille-Provence, Monsieur Patrick Ardizoni, Monsieur Xavier Grindel, président du groupement d'entreprises d'Aix et du Pays d'Aix, le GEPA, chers agents de la ville de Coral Gables, chers habitants, chers citoyens.
It is with immense joy and great enthusiasm that I stand before you today, the centennial of your municipality, which gives us the opportunity to celebrate our historical ties and revitalize this cherished Franco-American partnership.
Yes, thank you. À l'instar de nos deux pays qui ont célébré l'été dernier les 80 ans du département en Normandie et entretiennent des relations d'amitié fortes, basées sur un profond respect de nos valeurs communes, l'action menée par les collectivités constitue un socle essentiel dans la préservation de l'amitié entre les pays et le monde. Accompagnée donc de mon adjointe en charge de la coopération internationale, ma venue s'inscrit dans la poursuite de notre belle coopération. Elle va permettre, avec votre maire, Vince Lago, que je remercie très chaleureusement et très profondément de cette invitation, de redéfinir les axes de collaboration, de coopération entre nos deux villes, notamment dans les domaines de la culture, de l'économie, de nos entreprises et de notre jeunesse, de nos universités. Malgré la distance qui nous sépare, Aix-en-Provence et Coral Gables se ressemblent à beaucoup d'égards. D'abord, ce sont de très très belles villes. Et vous avez eu la chance d'avoir George Merrick comme fondateur qui s'est inspiré, je dirais, de notre belle Provence française pour effectivement ici mettre en place une architecture où les tuiles, le fer forgé, les patios, les jardins dominent. Et c'est une gémellité avec notre ville d'Aix-en-Provence. Votre cité radieuse a vraiment été bâtie sur une inspiration méditerranéenne et c'est tout un art de vivre que cette inspiration que nous partageons profondément, Coral Gables et Aix-en-Provence. Nous conjuguons, du moins nous essayons, un urbanisme à taille humaine, un développement économique et universitaire actif, ainsi qu'une identité artistique qui nous est à toutes deux reconnue de manière internationale. La culture est en effet à Aix-en-Provence un puissant moteur. Elle est l'identité, l'image de la ville à l'extérieur et elle est très fortement vécue par ses habitants à l'intérieur. Cette année, nous revenons à Coral Gables comme nous l'avons fait en 2006 lors de la très belle exposition Cézanne. Et parce que cette année aussi, nous avons en 2025 une année Cézanne qui va se décliner à la fois sur le plan des lieux, des sites, puisqu'il s'agit de restaurer la maison de Cézanne, la Bastide du Jas de Bouffan, où il a vécu quasiment toute sa vie, ainsi que son atelier de peintre, l'atelier des Lauves, et permettre un accès plus simple, effectivement, aux motifs cézanniens au sein de la montagne Sainte-Victoire, dans les carrières de Bibémus. Et je dirais que Aix-en-Provence et Cézanne doivent beaucoup aux États-Unis, qui nous ont beaucoup aidés et qui ont aidé à la préservation, à la magnification de l'histoire du peintre, de son image. Cézanne était le peintre de l'art moderne, il l'est toujours, le père de l'art moderne. Et les États-Unis, je dois l'avouer, l'ont ressenti bien avant les Aixois. C'est à John Rivald que nous devons la sauvegarde, le don à la ville et la transformation en musée de son atelier de peinture des Lauves qu'il a pu mettre en place grâce au don de 114 mécènes américains. Les plus grands musées et collectionneurs américains ont également été à nos côtés et nous ont fait confiance pour cette très belle exposition de 2025 en prêtant des œuvres qui seront accrochées à partir du 28 juin au musée Granet dans l'exceptionnel, mais vraiment la très très belle exposition Cézanne au Jas de Bouffan. Les États-Unis ont une longue histoire avec la France et avec Aix-en-Provence en particulier. Cette histoire, nous sommes venus ce jour parce que nous avons à cœur de la prolonger, en célébrant avec vous le centenaire de votre ville, un anniversaire qui intervient à l'aube des 250 ans de la signature de la Déclaration d'indépendance américaine. Cet autre événement historique qui permettra de réaffirmer les liens démocratiques qui unissent la France et les États-Unis et donneront lieu à des célébrations conjointes ainsi qu'à des échanges culturels. Nous vous remercions aussi pour ce mois de la France et ce qui s'est produit la semaine dernière avec la nuit des galeries qui répond, je dirais, à notre nuit des musées en France, à Aix-en-Provence, et dans le même temps à ce marché provençal que vous avez eu le bon goût et la gentillesse d'organiser pour rappeler que la Provence et la province de Miami et Coral Gables en particulier sont des amis. Merci aussi pour la projection du film Cézanne en Provence et pour ce soir, donc, cette belle conférence qui sera tenue par mon ami, notre célèbre conservateur et président de la Société Paul Cézanne, Denis Coutagne. Je suis convaincue que cette mission de quelques jours sera riche en rencontres, en échanges et permettra d'enrichir notre coopération dans de très nombreux domaines. Merci encore, Monsieur le maire Vince Lago, de votre invitation, de nous faire l'honneur de participer aux 100 ans de Coral Gables en mettant à l'honneur Paul Cézanne. Je souhaiterais et j'aurai très à cœur de vous inviter, et j'espère que vous pourrez venir à Aix-en-Provence pour l'inauguration de cette exposition, ainsi évidemment que l'ensemble des représentants de la ville de Coral Gables. Je souhaite à tous les habitants de Coral Gables un joyeux centennial. Nous sommes fiers de notre ville, vous êtes fiers de la vôtre et nous sommes fiers des deux ensemble. Merci. Vive l'amitié franco-américaine, vive Coral Gables, vive Aix-en-Provence. Merci à vous. Thank you very much for your welcome. Thank you.
Would you like to have the whole translation or just abbreviate everything?
Abbreviate is perfectly fine.
All right, so the mayor, of course, thanks you, Mayor, for the invitation. She highlighted the importance not just of the bond between Coral Gables and Aix-en-Provence as a sister cityship, but also the historical bond between France and the United States. They themselves will be celebrating with a very special commemorative exhibit in their city for Paul Cézanne, a famous artist, and she would love to invite you to celebrate the exhibit in Aix-en-Provence when it will be taking place. And of course, she also was introducing her deputy in charge of international cooperation, Karima Sarkani-Ranal, who is the president of the tourism office, who I believe is here today as well, correct?
Correct.
Is that good? All right, so it's a little summary, and of course, again, she's very excited to continue the collaboration between both cities as a sister city of Coral Gables and Aix-en-Provence.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. It's an honor to have you, along with your entire team. We're looking forward to the Cézanne show. As an art enthusiast and collector, this is a big step forward for our city, and I think you're going to be very impressed with our museum and the caliber of the museum that we have here. But it's an honor to have this show and have your team here with us. I look forward to a week of culture, a week of interchanging ideas and opportunities, more important than anything, strengthening our bond and collaborating for the future. I think to us there's nothing more important than strengthening the bonds between your city, your government, and our city. I want to tell everyone to please join us tonight. Join us tonight at the Cézanne event. Make sure you go to the museum. I'd also like to recognize, if I may, our members of the Sister Cities Coordinating Committee. Would you please rise to be recognized? Thank you for being here with us. The employees of the City of Coral Gables, Belky's team, the city manager's team, and the members of the Sister Cities Coordinating Committee make it look easy. Very, very, very easy. Just like your staff makes it look very easy. But the level of work that took for this to happen over the next few days is gargantuan.
C'est un grand travail avec ce team de recevoir votre team ici dans la ville de Coral Gables.
So our gratitude not only to the mayor, but to all the employees, the staff, and the volunteers as part of the Sister City Committee. Thank you for making this a reality.
Merci beaucoup.
Would my colleagues on the commission like to say anything before we read the proclamation onto the record?
Well, I'm going to add to, the tickets for this event are absolutely sold out. I had checked on that on behalf of another resident. And Mr. Withers, who's not able to attend, had made those tickets available for another 2 residents to attend this very special event. And I appreciate the enormous effort that, your city has done to share the culture with Coral Gables. And I think it's a wonderful bond and experience for the residents of Coral Gables and vice versa. So we're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much.
Madam Commissioner?
Thank you for being here.
Bienvenue à Coral Gables. La famille de mon grand-père est français, mais ils ne sont pas des Aix-en-Provence, ils sont des Orléans. J'ai étudié 12 années de français, mais je n'ai pas pratiqué. Nous avons pratiqué ça semaine. Welcome to Coral Gables. I was saying that my grandfather's family is French. They come from Orleans, not from Aix-en-Provence. I took 2 years of French in high school, and I have not practiced over the years, but I look forward to practicing French and discussing how our great cities can work together over the coming years to continue to foster culture and trade and benefit our residents. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Votre français est très bien.
Merci beaucoup.
I, on the other hand, did not take French, so I'm just saying welcome, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
Madam Vice Mayor, will you read the proclamation, please?
Gladly, and I didn't take French either. I took a little Spanish. But whereas the objective of the Sister Cities Agreement is to promote better reciprocal knowledge between the cities of Aix-en-Provence, France, and the city of Coral Gables, Florida, USA, looking forward to tourism, economic and technological exchanges, arts and culture, friendship, and a greater understanding among its peoples. And whereas the Sister Cities relationship between Aix-en-Provence and Coral Gables dates back to October 3rd, 1997, When the agreement was first signed, whereas most recently on November 8th, 2017, spearheaded by the former city mayor, Raul Valdesvalli, the city hosted a delegation visiting from Aix-en-Provence with a focus on cultural, social, and economic development opportunities. And whereas the city of Coral Gables is celebrating its centennial this year and was interested in creating activities that express the city's unique character, including its international ties. Whereas Aix-en-Provence is also celebrating the life of local painter Paul Cézanne, Coral Gables organized a French month to celebrate and learn more about Cézanne and French culture. Whereas a delegation from Aix-en-Provence, led by Mayor Sophie Jojones, I'm sorry if I...
Joissin.
Thank you, is visiting the city of Coral Gables from February 25th through the 27th, 2025, with the purpose of participating in the French Month activities, which are part of the city's centennial, and trade and economic and cultural meetings. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim February 25th, 2025 as Aix-en-Provence Day in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I encourage the citizens of the City Beautiful to join me once again in welcoming the delegates of Aix-en-Provence in recognizing the importance of having this international relationship as they promote both cultural and economic ties, all while learning from each other through the new interactions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get the whole delegation up. All Aix-en-Provence, all of them.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
We have, okay. Oh, sure.
Okay, perfect. Do it. Moving on to item A3. Congratulations to Keep Coral Gables Beautiful on earning the second place Merit Award for local programs in the U.S. cities with 30,000 to 100,000 residents at the Keep America Beautiful Conference. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Matt Anderson, Assistant Director, Mobility and Sustainability.
Solange Lopez, Marketing Manager with Economic Development.
And we're here today. We're very honored to present this award to you all for your support. Keep Coral Gables Beautiful earned second place Merit Award for local programs in U.S. cities, 30,000 to 100,000 residents at the Keep America Beautiful Conference, which took place February 12th in Washington, D.C. This award recognized programs that have created innovative partnerships or programs to further the Keep America Beautiful mission in one or more of its focus areas, ending littering, improving recycling, and beautifying communities.
Keep Coral Gables Beautiful was recognized for our alternative recycling programs, including our battery recycling program that's been in existence since 2021, and the plastic bag and film recycling program, Nextrex, which we launched last year. Since 2021, the battery recycling program has recycled nearly over 4,000 pounds of batteries, and the plastic bag and film recycling initiative, which started in May, so in less than a year, has diverted over 400 pounds from the landfill, and we're looking to reach our goal of 1,000 within the first year to get a donated bench. These items are collected and repurposed into new products, supporting a circular economy and letting our community feel that they're making a difference and an impact in preventing these items from landing in the landfill. These innovative programs provide alternative recycling options and empower our community to reduce waste and support a more sustainable and resilient City Beautiful for current and future generations.
And I'll just add, we're incredibly proud to receive this award and for our teams and communities' work to be recognized on a national scale. It's a true testament to the team's hard work. Diego and Nicole from my team, who are the ones going at least once a week to go pick up at the different facilities. I also want to thank you all for your leadership and the manager's office, and also our community. These programs have taken off even faster than we would have even expected. And I also want to thank our partner departments, community recreation, IT, and I also want to give a special thanks to Mark. Mark was a champion of a lot of our programs. He helped start our Green Business Certification Program, our downtown cleanups, and he advocated for a seat on the Sustainability Board for the Chamber of Commerce. So I just want to honor him with this award as well, because he was a huge champion and a huge supporter of what we were able to accomplish. And I think carrying his legacy forward will be carried out in a lot of these programs that he helped start. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Let's take a picture.
I think that Raimundo's having competition because it seems like every other meeting you guys are coming back with Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, getting another award. So thank you for keeping Coral Gables beautiful and making us proud every day with the awards that you're bringing to this city and elevating what Coral Gables is outside of Coral Gables. Thank you.
We do have a running tally.
Yes.
We should probably keep a board to see which one's getting more.
So, you know, it's very interesting, since we're talking about it, that idea of the recycling for the Trex came from a resident that came to visit me at office hours.
Yes.
And she came to visit me and we worked on it. My office and your office worked on it for probably a few months to bring it to fruition, and look how well it's going now.
Yes.
So to myself, it's again, on the line of, like you mentioned before, of what we've done with the chamber. And it's something that I tell my colleagues they should get involved in. I've donated thousands of dollars personally to pick up garbage throughout the downtown, and it's something that I will continue to do because I think it's important. So these are examples of projects that have benefited our community, not only cleaning up our downtown and incentivizing people to do great projects and to clean up our downtown. How many people you think show up to clean up?
It varies by event, but it's getting bigger and bigger. And one of the things I love to see is we have more businesses that are coming out with 4 or 5 members of their office or staff to participate. But I would say that a good average per event is around 45 to 50 people that come. And then Baptist Health South Florida always sponsors the light bites at one of the local restaurants at the end. And I think that helps the community come together and just chat about what they found outside. And that's when they love seeing who got the most pounds, and the contest really gets a fire under them.
What I love to see is at the end, when you have all the amount of garbage that's been collected and we start handing out the checks, and the young kids are the ones that win.
Yep.
And they're super excited to get the $250 check. They're talking about how much weight, how much garbage they collected, and looking forward to the next event. That is what to me is the reason why we do it. But in regards to the Trex, I forgot the resident's name. Remember her name?
Yes, and we have it for the first bench.
Yeah, we'll have it for the first bench.
Yeah, she did an amazing job.
Yes.
And very sweet. She advocated for this, and it's really excites me to see that this comes to fruition and it's actually being effective. So I'd like to promote it as much as possible. I put it sometimes on my newsletter to get people aware of what's happening, because before I used to go to Publix and recycle the plastic film and bags and stuff from the laundry. I used to do it at Publix, which is appropriate. They have a bin out there. But now I do it obviously at the Adult Activity Center, which is a great opportunity. We'd like to get more of the community to get involved, but we're seeing an increase.
Absolutely.
More and more and more.
And we do have 3 locations for Next Tracks, 5 locations for battery recycling, and we will have both available at the last farmers market of the season. We have a sustainability village section of the market, and our table will have both of the bins there for additional collection on that day as well. So residents can bring it out that day as well.
Great work. You guys are doing a good job. Let's take a photo. Can I have the approval for item B1, approval of minutes for regular city commission meeting February 11th, 2025?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment.
Mr. Mayor, first speaker today is Jackson Holmes.
Maybe we'll come back. I think maybe he stepped out. We'll come back. to
Ms. Maria Cruz.
Good morning. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, since 1976. As you know, I like to do. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it. It is a beautiful day in the city of Coral Gables. It should be a beautiful day in the city of Coral Gables. Sometimes sadness and happiness come together. And we really were sad to think about Mark, but happy to think about all the good things he did. And I would be remiss this morning if I did not talk about a happy and sad day in Cuban history, because we know sometimes we like to bring up Cuban history. And yesterday, February 24th, was one of those days. Very happy because it was the beginning in 1898 of the Cuban Independence War. Very happy because it was the beginning of that, and we were free for quite a few years till 1959. But also sad because in 1996, 4 good people, 4 people that were doing a great job rescuing Cubans that were trying to be free, were killed. Hermanos al Rescate, Brothers to the Rescue. In 1996, 4 of them were killed by the Cuban government over international waters. And that was a day that we should remember because it means a lot to quite a few of us, not for political reasons, because reality, humanity, those people were doing a good deed and they were killed. And the last one, as you know, I always have a little comment about how we do things. The last one is someday, I hope, maybe when the new commission is installed, we will follow parliamentary procedure because that's what most cities, most organizations do when they have meetings. They follow Robert's Rules of Order and we do not do that. The first most important thing that happens here every time is the chair makes motions. That is against Robert's rules. Maybe one day we'll learn. Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
I better get my coat, sorry. Greetings. I have two items that I'll bring up, so I hope you give me a little bit of room there, Mayor Lago. The first one is on the evidence that hurricanes can be controlled. Do you have that video?
I want to show you, though, just to the east of New York, what our satellites were picking up September 11th, 2001. That is Hurricane Erin. At the time, it was a Category 1 hurricane. And if we look at what was happening just about 400 miles to the west of there in lower Manhattan, this is from our MODIS satellite from NASA. And you can actually, if you look very closely there in lower Manhattan, you can see the smoke coming down from the Twin Towers there on September 11th. That very brisk northerly flow, a cold front had moved through and deflected this hurricane from threatening, or at least getting to New York City. But you can still see the smoke there on our satellite. An incredible picture there in New York.
So you have two possible reasons for it being there. One is it was a coincidence, or it did have something to do with it.
What tells me that this was controlled was that there was no concern about how long that storm was going to stall out there.
How could they be that sure of exactly when the hurricane was going to leave?
Nobody knows about this. Nobody knows about this hurricane.
Why weren't people given a warning unless they were so sure, 100% sure, of what that hurricane was going to do?
Okay, so especially you all at home, I'm convinced there is a technology. They did control. They stopped Hurricane Erin from making landfall. If you want more on the look on my YouTube channel, can you put that other slide up, please?
Cable TV could share my screen. That's all there is, sir.
I sent you, oh, wait, well, okay, yeah. So if those of you here or at home, go to my YouTube channel, look at the details. You can freeze frame on that, and you'll find the 15-minute video, which I think will convince you. We don't have to be hit by hurricanes. I'm going to move, Mayor Lago, if you give me a sec, to the question of medicinal massages in Coral Gables. Some of you may know that I'm a mom and pop commercial property owner, 256 Miracle Mile. I have Massage Envy as a tenant. And what I found, because I'm thinking about going into business for myself when the lease expires, is that our city code is dated and too restrictive. You can only go in under the salon ordinance. There is no massage establishment ordinance. And so you can only use 40% of the working area for massages. And I got news for all of you. First of all, if you ever have a back problem, that's where you go, to Massage Envy. Or if I get to open it, but I need to get the code changed here. The city of Miami has a massage establishment ordinance, which I'm trying to get adopted here, that allows 100% massage, because right now, all of the massage places everywhere in the county could be considered illegal if it was the Coral Gables code. The county code allows 100% massage. The city of Miami, we need to update our code. I'm begging you all for your consideration on this. Which of you would want to start a business where you know from day one they could kick you out for any reason at any time? We need to amend the code. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we will close the public comment and we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
Item D4, please.
We'll go ahead and pull agenda item D4. And if not, may I have a motion on the amended consent agenda?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to item D4.
Item D4, I just wanted to, this is going back to the historic preservation study that back in 2023 was an item that this prior commission, I should say, before the prior commission, I had the final language drafted and sent to staff, and it was a $50,000 estimated amount to be able to get the study moving forward. And at the end of last year, I was informed around November that it was going to be completed in December. It wasn't finished. So I pulled this for a couple reasons. Number one, yes, it costs more, but this type of delay in moving something forward should not be something that we encounter ever again. That it needs to be brought to the attention of the commission, that there is some issue with the amount of money that it is costing. And number two, I want to make sure that this historic preservation study does a complete job. It provides our staff, our historic preservation department, the necessary tools it needs to evaluate the outlying district that runs from the Flagler district up on, Ponce de Leon and Douglas, all the way down to where the district ends at Navarre, between Douglas and Lejeune Road. So, City Manager, I'm going to direct this question to you to make sure that this is not just, identifying these buildings are over 50 years old. We want who the architect was, what the important architectural features are in this building or not in this building that warrant historic preservation for each and every building. So, Mr. City Manager, can you respond to that?
Manager?
Okay, I want to make sure that this historic preservation study not only stays on track on timeline, and if there's an issue with the timeline, that is brought to the attention of this commission. But the results of this study provides our historic preservation department with the necessary information to evaluate whether a building should be preserved historically, each and every individual building. Who is the architect? What are the points that it makes on the evaluation of whether or not it should be a designated building for historic preservation? So when we drill down to the details, this study should provide that detail and not just a glossing over of which buildings are over 50 years old.
Correct, Vice Mayor, and that's the intention of the study. And if I have Anna here to provide more information regarding that, but we have conversations regarding what the intent is of what we want to do.
And I'll throw one more question in there so you can just present once. And what is the expected timeline when we're going to get this report?
Good morning, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Commissioners. So the scope of work right now includes that every property over 50 years old will be evaluated through the Florida Master Site File form that will be then registered with the State Historic Preservation Office. That form includes like the construction date, architect, style of the building, whether or not it would be contributing or non-contributing, depending on all of those factors that the Secretary of Interior Standards uses for historic designation. So it is something that we'll then reference
in order to be able to jumpstart that, whether a property meets designation criteria or not. The scope of work includes the North Ponce area, but can be expanded to include the Flagler area, since they are really separate reports that would have to be done, since they're two different sections. So their backgrounds are a little bit different of how they were developed, as one a commercial district and another kind of a mixed use and more residential as you move further west on above 8th Street. The timeline that was included here is beginning a kickoff on March 1st, depending on whether or not we move forward today. We have the company working on their vendor registration now, and our admin is working with them for that. And we'll have a professional service agreement drafted in order to get the contract moving. They're giving a 6-month timeline to complete all of the Florida Master Site files, have them registered, and then at the end, they'll put together a comprehensive report that will give a history of the area and study of all of the buildings, and kind of give a comprehensive summary of everything that's been found through that study.
So I'm going to go back to your comment about the Flagler District. I'm going to ask you to go back to the edits that I provided, and as it was discussed before the commission, it was always intended that North Ponce included the Flagler District in my edits, and if you need me to forward them to you, they're in Word format, included the Flagler District, explicitly included the Flagler District. It was not meant to be a stepchild. It was always part of the North Ponce area. Okay, so although maybe when Merrick first designed the area, he thought it was going to be an industrial area, it was developed as a residential district, and it needs to be included. We clearly have in that area historic buildings. We clearly already have a historic district in that area. It just needs to be finished. It's not a large addition. It never was an addition. And when this project was presented to this company, Plurserbia, I think the name is, they weren't given that language. I'll be happy to forward it to you again, because I don't want to do this twice. This needs to be done comprehensively. Our staff doesn't have enough time to do this job themselves. The materials that they provide you should help you complete the job of determining which one of those buildings can be not only historically preserved under our city standards, under our state standards, but also under federal standards. Because if you truly want to protect them, they have to meet the federal standards as well.
Correct.
Okay?
I would also like to add, I know we've had conversations, the manager and the director and I, about in next year's budget, expanding that study to include all of the city, and make sure that any properties that could potentially be historic are informed. Because what we have seen historically is properties go on sale, people buy them with an expectation of making changes to the property, not knowing that it could be historic, and then after their purchase, well, now it's historic, everything you were planning has changed. So it's better if we as a city just make the investment to figure out what should be designated historic, and address that beforehand. If we can include that as an addendum to this study that they're already working on, but just to make sure that throughout the city, any properties that would qualify are informed that they would potentially be deemed historic. I don't know if that's something maybe we can put in as a GIS overlay where realtors can go on there and show their clients to make it easier and facilitate that. But that's what I would like to see going forward into budget season this year.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're going to be working on, starting to budget for, and maybe work on it in phases depending on, different factors of historic importance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I put an update on this item. You're already speaking about it.
Okay.
Do you want to continue?
Well, the update would depend on what happens with this motion, I guess. So ideally, we get the funding for today, and then we'll move forward with the contract to get the work started on March 1st. Based off of the comments by the Vice Mayor, we'll we'll look at amending the scope of work to include the Flagler section. And she does provide a section for additional services, so it's something that we had discussed with her. So if we need to come back here for additional funding for that, we will, and if not, we'll work with procurement through that process.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
I'll be happy to move it, and I'll forward to you what I sent to your staff back in September of 2023 that clearly included the Flagler District so that we could have a comprehensive study done. I want to make sure this train doesn't come off the tracks again. So I'll move it.
I'll second.
And then we can come back with a supplemental item for the future budget for the remainder of the city.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. I believe to be Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on this item on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association. This study has been a long time coming, I believe almost over 10 years, where it had been proposed, and finally we're at this point where it can finally happen. In the meantime, we've lost several significant properties in that area, and that area is in jeopardy to be overdeveloped or developed, beyond what is there. So it's a full support of the study. Also, just as an aside about historic buildings or potential historic buildings in the city, every building that's over 50 years old is that is a criteria to be reviewed for designation. So homes that are on the market that are 50 years and older, obviously realtors must have this available to the buyers, but all those, they are potential historically, they are potential historic homes. So 50 years and older, it shouldn't be a surprise to someone that buys a home that could be the ultimate objective. And some homes are not, won't be designated because they don't fit the other criteria, but 50 years old is the sort of foundational. So please understand if that's a question that is understood. Thank you, and full support on the study. So thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to time certain, 10 a.m., agenda item F1. I placed this item on the agenda. I'm the sponsor of this item, and I'd like to invite our Parks Director, Fred Crucero, to join us. And the reason why I did that was because I've had multiple meetings with members of the community to discuss the Granada Golf Course rain shelters. And after sitting down with Mr. Alexander at my office the other day during office hours, we were reviewing some of the previous designs and kind of where the project, I don't want to say stumbled, but it just kind of sputtered, and it's been a necessity in the community, but it hasn't really been pushed forward. I wanted to bring to my colleagues the opportunities that exist. There's current designs in place, but after listening to a lot of the residents, they want something a little bit more classical in nature, in the sense that harkens back to the original days of the Granada Golf Course. But then you also run into issues in regards to ADA accessibility. We want to build something that stands the test of time, that doesn't have to be replaced every 15, 20 years, as costs for construction only continue to go up. So if we're going to make an investment, which I think it's critically important that we do it, we have to follow the code, number one. And number two, I think we need to consider maybe using alternative materials that maybe mimic the original structure, but that will stand the test of time, especially the wear and tear of the golf course. The golfers were very, very respectful of the course. But again, when you have so many people using a facility, there's wear and tear. It happens everywhere you go. So Fred, I would like for you to talk a little bit about the meetings that we've had. And I'd like to see if we can get a little further guidance from the commission so we can get this project moving forward, or at a minimum, just start including it in this year's budget, okay?
If we can put up the
Thank you, by the way,
PowerPoint.
ahead of time. Thank you so much for your hard work, along with Mr. Alexander's and all the members who are here from the Granada Golf Course. I've spoken to many of you over the last 2 weeks, dozens and dozens of you. You've been active. You've been having conversations. A lot of you have been speaking with my brother-in-law, Victor. So they, asking for something to be done, and he's sent me the message loud and clear. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. So if we can put up the PowerPoint, we wanted to just give you kind of a status update of where we were, where we've been, how we are, how we got to where we are today, and then show you all the possibilities and all the things that we went through to look at what the prospective next steps would be. So the original scope that we were looking at doing for the improvements is we were looking at the demolition of the remaining shelters with the intent to preserve one of the existing shelters as a decorative structure in an appropriate location, and then a proposal of 6 new shelters to replace the original 9 wood structures. We wanted to improve ADA access to allow for the golf carts to drive into it and park underneath. We also were going to put in chilled drinking fountains in 4 of the new shelters, and we were going to do landscape improvements and also have cart extensions, which would be paved paths that would get to each shelter. So what we did is we worked with an initial designer, it was AECOM, and they came up with a bunch of different designs, which I'll show you a little bit further along in our presentation. And then working with the city architect and city staff, there was a design that was looked at as the one to move forward with, and then we brought in Guri Mututi to be the architect of the project, and we looked at what can be done. Unfortunately, as I already mentioned, due to the ADA, and we also had building code, replacing those shelters with the same wood-like structures was not something that we wanted to pursue at the time. You couldn't use those same materials, and the same size wouldn't allow you to have a cart go under. In August of 2020, the Historic Preservation Board, they held a public meeting to review the application for the new shelters. The board made a motion to approve the design and to recommend preserving one of the existing wood and rain shelters. Then we held a community public meeting on February 18th, 2021. I don't know if any of you were there. It was a spirited meeting. We got quite a bit of input from the community. It was not a positive amount of input. We got a lot of negative input. They did not like the design, and the consensus that was built in from the community at that time was to hold off. They wanted us to work on finishing the pro shop, finishing the Burger Bob's restoration, and come back to it. Many of them came to me and said, what's the rush? Get this stuff done, and then we'll come back. At that point, we had internal meetings. City manager at the time decided to place the project on hold and work towards completing the pro shop projects, which we now have. So everything is built there, and everything is moving full ahead and going well. So I wanted to show what some of the designs were. These were 8 designs were created by AECOM. This first one was a hexagonal design that would kind of mirror the shape of what was there before. Unfortunately, what you'll see is it's much bigger footprint. When you have to put something, have the cart go under and have ADA access, you're going to have a bigger footprint. And there was going to be, for that bigger footprint, there's higher elevation to make that structurally sound. So here's one. Another one that they looked at was a rectangular design with a cylindrical roof that was a more high-profile roof that had a lot more height to it. It was a smaller footprint than the hexagonal one because it was narrow. And then another option was the same kind of rectangle design, but to have a much more lower profile roof that was more curved and not as pronounced cylindrical. Then we went to some square designs. This one showed a lot more architectural features. It looked a lot more like a like a structure. This was probably the least popular of the ones when we met. So it looks like a lot, and it felt like a lot when you were looking at it. Then this was the one that was kind of out of the box. It's a slanted roof design. It was a triangle, very striking, low columns. Also not a popular one when we move forward. Then there was, this one was one of the ones that was looked at. It's a rectangular design. It was a flat roof. It had the natural columns where you were going to have the ivy that was going to grow on it. So this one was definitely a contender that we were looking at. Then we had the square design, but with a pointed roof, which would give it a very high elevation, and it wasn't exactly what they were looking at for when you're walking around the course to have these big points all along the course. Then this was the design that we ended up landing on, which was a flat roof. It had more of a minimalist columns. If you look, there was one limestone column, then you had a pole. Kind of had the least structure around it, a lot more see-through. Had a little bench on one side, and then they wanted to make the surfacing more of a kidney design that was not just a square. So this was the one that was decided upon. This is what we're replacing, which is our existing conditions. And this is where we are with it. The existing conditions of it, it was determined it's a non-contributing structure built after the period of significance. It's exceeded its useful life. It's a 99 square foot, which is much smaller than the ones that were presented because it's an 11 by 11 dimension. And as I said, we were going to replace all 6 and have an ADA compliant design. This was the base of the design, as I talked about. And it was developed, and that's what it looks like. As they started looking at design, they looked at comparison. That was the concept rendering. As you can see, there is a lot of see-through, that was a good part for the community. You want to be able to see all the way through it. Flat roof, low profile. It's not much higher than what you have there now. So those are some of the strengths of it. But there was opposition to the design and the look and the feel. They felt it was too modern. Felt it just didn't meet the look of what's already there. And that's just a comparison. You can tell you have an 11 by 11, and then you're looking over where it's like 13 by 26. So it's a lot bigger of a floor plan. This is just another look at it from the top. I won't go too far into the materials, but we're going to use Uladic limestone. Those were the paint colors. That was the salt finish that we were going to have. That was the drinking fountain. So we showed all this to the community. And that was the locations of all the shelters plus where the water fountains would be. And that's where we are. Now we need to know what direction we want to go. I know there's been discussion on should we look at just keeping that same size, that same footprint, and somehow working that, but that would mean that the golf carts can't drive under it. That's something that we have to look at. So,
Fred, first off, I want to thank you for the multiple meetings, for meeting with all the residents. I'm not a golfer. I've never golfed at Granada, but I understand the importance after speaking to a lot of the residents for many, many years and the need. So I understand what's going on right now. I personally would like to see, we've made this effort already. I've spoken to a few homeowners. Some homeowners are in favor of the design. Some homeowners are not in favor of the design. I've spoken to a lot of the residents who are golfers. They told me they want something to be done. What I'd like to see, and with the support of the commission, I'd like for you to bring back, I know we're not going to be able to do it at this next commission. I'd like for you to bring back, potentially through the manager's office, a design that mimics what we have there, okay? But meets ADA code. I'm not looking for something with so much embellishment that doesn't fit into the neighborhood. While I like by the way, I like the contemporary design. I think it's very nice, but I just don't know if it fits in this neighborhood. Yeah. I think it's actually a beautiful design, and some of them are also very nice designs, but I think that they just don't really fit into what we're looking for. I'd like to see, if possible, that we mimic the existing structures, bring them up to code, and get an idea of what products they would use. so that they can withstand the time. I also think that we need to potentially add a wall to the back of it or some sort, so that we can have a very small wall, maybe a knee wall, where we can put a water fountain that can be protected. Something that gives it a little bit of sturdiness, maybe an area where people can clean their cleats, that's attached to the wall. Maybe, so you have the structure, and then you have maybe behind it a little wall or adjacent to a little wall. I'll leave that up to the designers.
Yep.
That's just an idea that I have, because I think that a water fountain is necessary out there. And if you put a water fountain freestanding, I think it's exposed to the elements. I don't think it has any rigidity, structure to it, and it could be a problem, a maintenance issue for years to come. So I'd like for my colleagues to see if they're interested in getting behind this, and see that in the near future, we come back with a design that, again, takes into consideration the residents' requests, and we move forward to deliver on something that, again, has to be done. It's been in dire need, and right now what's there is a serious eyesore. And I think, in my opinion, we got to replace it in one form or another. And what I don't want to see is that we lose one of them, and they slowly start, basically disappearing because, they fall apart, or who knows what happens, and then we don't have any shelters at all. And then we start hearing the complaints.
Sure.
There's no shelters, and we can't run to replace a shelter. It takes time to design it takes time to build them, and it takes time to actually install them. So that's just my idea. I'd like to see if the commission is willing to get some buyback and get Fred through the manager's office to put together a design that mimics what we have existing, considering ADA considerations.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of my career, I've done a lot of ADA remediation work in historic buildings, as well as, buildings that were down in the Keys. And, you have to respect the past, and yet allow for accessibility for an individual in a wheelchair. And I do believe there is a way to do it, and have the structure. You might need to go a little wider, so you have that 60-inch radius inside, sufficient enough so someone's sitting down on a bench that you're not hitting them in the knees, but also to allow an area for the cart to pull up and have like an entrance feature. I think it's something we can sit down, with the community and play, with a pencil and sketch out a general design, and then provide those ideas to someone who is an architect that can bring it to fruition, so that both pieces to be able to have the accessibility feature as well as, the historic replica, basically, you were talking about, can be done. There's a lot of wood structures down in the Keys that have been standing since the 1800s. And the craftsmen who built them were amazing. You had wood joints that were like, you fit one into the other, because these people built boats. And if those structures could withstand the test of time for all the hurricanes that the Keys have had, I think we can design a rain shelter here that can withstand the test of time, that's made out of good quality wood, that's treated, and will last for a long, long time in the future. So I'd be happy to support this and move it forward, but I'd like to also hear the comments of my colleagues.
Yeah, through the mayor, I really like this idea. The last one that you proposed, I'm not a fan of. It's a little too modern for me. Now, the first one you did present, it had like a cylinder circular. I don't know, can you put it back on the screen?
It was the hexagonal one. It kind of mimics the same shape. If we can put the presentation back on.
Okay. What was wrong with this one? It didn't get support?
Yeah, well, because of the shape and the scale, it was pretty big, and it was a high elevation. I think one of the things that they liked of that design was that it was 8 feet 6, which is what we had there now. The other design, as you'll see, it's much.
So the circular, and that it looks a little more like the original ones that are there.
It does.
And it's
right
more
here.
cozy. It's not so modernistic for that area.
No, it is. I think what has been discussed here. I think what you change from this is you wouldn't have that decorative columns of the stone. You maybe look at something that's a little bit more minimal that mirrors what's there now, which is just white. A painted white structure. So you can look at that. But as you can see, it's not exactly to scale, but It was pretty high, and it cut a pretty big look as you're passing by because, you had that little space on the top too. You might be able to get rid of that and make it lower.
Yeah. Is there any necessity to why it was so high?
Well, it was just to have the size, and according to the, the code to build what needed to be the structure, I mean, that was what the architects worked on.
Was it more of a design issue?
There was a lot of discussion. I think it was a combination of both. I mean, I think the big issues that we were fighting with there was having it big enough for the cart to go through, the ADA, and the materials, because, some people just wanted to continue with the wood. And what we got from the reviews from the architect, city architect at the time, the board of architects, was we couldn't do that. So these were, of these designs, the one that I showed you, was the one that was selected. So then the architects went and then actually put a plan for only that one. So I don't know exactly how exact it would have been in terms of the high profile and everything, but according to the design, this was going to be higher because you needed more space on the hexagon, and it would just go up.
I would like for us to keep on working with the same architect, not to lose any of the investment we've already made, and maybe come up with an option that's something similar to this and bring it back to the community.
Sure.
I agree. I remember these meetings. I remember the first conversation I had about these shelters was with Dr. Andy Gomez. And we were pushing, I guess, 4 city managers ago to pursue some federal grants that were available that would have covered the full cost of them at the time. Obviously, that never happened. But I don't want to see us continuing to drag this on. I would like to see us come to a resolution as quickly as possible. The condition of the shelters is not good, and the construction is not going to take 2 days to get it completed. Neither is the permitting and the design. So I agree. I think this hexagonal design, which is similar to what is there now, might be our best option. I think part of the design of this, that extra portion on top, was also for ventilation, if I remember correctly. That was part of the discussion at the time, because it allows the air to circulate on the top of the roof. But we may not need to be as tall, and potentially we don't need to be as wide. I mean, if you look at the design, the proportion of that golf cart, you can almost put 2 of those golf carts one on top of the other and get them through there. So we may not need to be as tall. Obviously, then we have an issue with proportion. It kind of looks like it got pushed down.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that the architects can design something that mimics what we have there now and still accomplishes what we need to do in a timely manner. I don't want this to be 6 months down the road and we're still looking at potential designs.
Gotcha.
How quickly do you think we'd be able to get back to the community with a potential community meeting to go over a new design?
So we would look at getting the same architect that we had on the project at the end, and then it would be on their timetable. I don't know what their timetable would be, but as soon as we got a design back, the community meeting part we can get done pretty quickly. I just don't know. I don't want to speak for the architect, see how long it would take them, but if we're having this clear direction, I don't think it would take that long. I would be able to give you guys an update once I talk to them.
Right, because then we come into the summer season. We don't like doing community meetings in summer because folks are traveling. So I would like to see if we can maybe get something before the community prior to summer.
I think so.
Why don't we go back? You can come to the next commission meeting with a schedule through the manager's office, so you can talk to the architect, talk to anybody you need to, any consultants or anybody who's going to be providing guidance on this front, and then we can see what the schedule is, and then we'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
If I may, through the mayor, can you show Fred the photo, the last one that was flat roof, the one that
the one that was selected?
Yeah. That one, right? And just because put things in historical perspective, that's very reminiscent of a structure you would be very familiar with. Mr. City Clerk, do you have the image?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I know what you're going to show.
I know you know. So does Carolina.
Okay. If cable TV could put up my screen.
That's the Coral Gables Youth Center, 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah.
Same concept. open air. You could see through from one side to the other. The breeze went through. Same columns, same flat roof. I know there's a concern that it's a modern look, but this look goes back to the 1950s in Coral Gables, and those were coral columns. So I just want to put things, throw that historical perspective, so when there's a conversation, discussion, there's a historical side to that design. At the end of the day, what the community wants is what we'll go with, but I just wanted to add that that's one of those iconic buildings that we had built in the 50s. So that look has been around for a while.
So, Mr. Director, what I'll do is I'll put this item on the next agenda, Mr. Clerk, if possible. Would you please work with the manager to put together a schedule so that we can have a conversation at the next meeting to understand better, what happens over the next few months?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Do you have any public comments, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do.
Okay.
Speaker Paul Suss.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I'm a resident of Coral Gables for many years, also on the Insurance and Risk Management Board. I'm here for two purposes. I'm an avid golfer, also a fan of the city, and on the Insurance Risk Board, you have a major risk, not having structures when you're having lightning in the area. Those current structures that you had were grounded, so it was at least serve the purpose. And now, when I keep hearing about this, it keeps going on and on and on. The course was renovated over 10 years ago. At the grand opening, the Commissioner Pat Kean, who teed off the first ball, she mentioned that there was money in the budget at that time to repair the existing gazebos. That's what we call those, all of the golfers there. The fact that you can't have a golf cart in this shelter/gazebo is not a concern of any of the golfers around that I've talked with and that I know. Our main concern, not only for the golfers, but for the pedestrians, the runners, the bikers who are going through the area, when it's raining and thundering, is you have shelter. You go in. If you have a golf cart, you can leave the golf cart outside of the structure. It doesn't matter if it gets wet. Our only concern is that we're inside and not about to get hit by lightning. So that's one of the main items that I had. I also wanted to mention, in 2018, I saw one of the slides, AECOM was involved trying to make a new structure. It's now 7 years, and we still haven't had anything. And it's been over 10 years since the former commissioner had mentioned we have money in the budget and it will get done. Unfortunately, what happens, as I'm seeing in most cities and governments, you have this budget, and if the money doesn't get spent that year, you no longer have the money to do that project. The project could have been done very simple. The concerns about ADA are very valid, I agree with that, but it doesn't seem that it would be a major problem to just make a bigger opening for the wheelchairs to come in. Currently, you have one existing structure, maybe two, that's not ADA compliant. So you are facing a risk of somebody bringing a case against the city for a non-ADA compliant item. So at this point, I would think that the city really has to start moving before the rainy season starts and more of a potential of a risk develops, that we get a plan, just make it simple, and get these structures built. I mean, the last structure that I heard about was going to cost over $110,000 to put in. Geez, we don't need that. Some 2x4s. And the other concern, well, we need to use, and I don't mind using ecological, like recycled wood or rubber, things of that sort. But the existing structure has lasted, according to that document, from the 20s to the 30s. That's 90 to 100 years it's been up there. So please, let's get this done, and if we could really move this along, I think you'd have a lot of happy people. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Patrick Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, good morning.
And Mr. Manager, next meeting, when this comes back up, if we could have the finance director let us know if there's still funding available or that was set aside for this project that may still be there.
Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, Mr. Mayor, Lady Vice Mayor. My name is Patrick Alexander. I'm the author of Coral Gables, The First 100 Years. I also wrote an article in the January Coral Gables magazine called The Village Green, in which I concluded that the Granada Golf Course represents not only the heart, but the soul of Coral Gables. I've lived within 2 minutes walk of the Granada Golf Course for 40 years. Nearly every day during those 40 years, I've either played golf on the course, ridden my bike around the course, walked my dog across the course, I know that's illegal, but in the twilight, or strolled with my wife and grandkids alongside the course. 40 years ago, when I was playing golf or riding my bike, if I was caught in a sudden rainstorm, I could quickly find protection in one of Granada's 9 gazebos. Those shelters were dotted around the course, accessible to everybody, not just golfers, but walkers caught in the rain on North or Grafseenway Drive. Each shelter could comfortably seat 14 people, and the entrances were wide enough for any wheelchair. Not only did they supply protection from the rain, they also provided protection from lightning strikes, since each one is equipped with a lightning conductor. The shelters were built during the 1940s, which means they're the same age as me. And like me, they're showing signs of age. But unlike me, I receive loving care from my wife and my doctors, and I've got 2 new hips to show for it. The shelters have been abandoned or destroyed. So during the South Florida thunderstorms, local residents, as well as golfers and joggers, are forced to take shelter beneath the trees, which I believe we all know is one of the most dangerous things you can do during a lightning strike. A few years ago, as we've heard, the city approved a budget to reconstruct the gazebos. However, for whatever reason, they decided to completely redesign them from scratch. And the proposed designs, as we've seen this morning, are not only extremely expensive and ugly, but they were totally inappropriate for a golf course. And they were designed by a man who had never played golf in his life. What's that flaggy thing over there on the flat bit of lawn? I remember him asking when he was given a tour of the golf course. Now, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I do not understand why we need to have golf carts going into the rain shelters. Nobody who plays golf believes that. And unless it's a federal law, I don't see why it needs to even be mentioned. So the reason I'm here today is to argue that we do not need a new design. The original design is excellent. These shelters have lasted nearly 80 years and have withstood all of the many hurricanes, including Andrew. Aesthetically, the model is simple and basic, but very, very elegant. From the outside, the design is discreet and rustic, blends well with the rest of the golf course, which was originally designed in 1922. And sitting inside, as the Vice Mayor alluded to, just looking at the way it's been constructed, the carpentry, the beamwork, it gives a great deal of pleasure. Simple, elegant, and pleasing. Now, I don't like to use the word cheap when we're in Coral Gables, but rebuilding the original design instead of creating a new one would be cost effective. The design has proved itself for 80 years. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. We already have a winning solution for our problems, so let's use it. And finally, if I may, sir, I have gone over the time, but I would like to remind the Commission that exactly 100 years ago, in March 1925, George Merrick broke ground to build the Biltmore Hotel, which celebrated, and that was in March 1925, and had a grand opening with celebrities from all over the world in January 1926, 10 months later. Yes, Merrick constructed the Biltmore Hotel in just 10 months. So in a rather charming way to commemorate his achievement and to celebrate our city's centennial year, could the Commission take a 5-0 vote, unanimous vote, in favor of fast-tracking the full restoration of the 9 original Granada rain shelters, speeding up the zoning, licensing, and permitting processes so the project could be completed before the end of the year. And if we could achieve that, then I'm sure on behalf of all the residents, we would be delighted to see a brass plaque in each of the shelters commemorating the names of the 5 centennial commissioners who made it all happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
It's a
Through the
Mr.
mayor.
Mayor,
wonderful idea.
Through the
Go-
mayor. Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
oh, I'm hearing okay, that's you talking. I would like to see a design similar to what he's saying, to the one that Sarah is one of the options that we can explore. Let's make it ADA compliant and make sure that lightning is protected from lightning as well. I think it's a good option.
Mr. Clerk, will you provide the commissioner with the meeting minutes? 'Cause that's exactly what I asked for 10 minutes ago. The next person that we're requesting?
I have one more speaker, Mr. Mayor, Carelia Carbonell.
Thank you very much. Carelia, you're on the line?
How disrespectful.
Good morning again, everyone. And I do want to, good morning.
She's unmuted.
You know,
A few seconds.
I'm muted.
We hear on the computer, on our laptops.
Ms. Carbonell?
I think she's coming through on Zoom, but she's not coming into.
No, she's not coming out on Zoom. I don't. Yeah.
It's on
You
his.
could hear her here.
So we've given her about a minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, now she's muted again. Give me a second.
Okay.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. On behalf of the Historic Preservation Association, can you hear me?
I don't have my computer joined on.
Hello?
So, we can hear Ms. Carbonell. Mr. Manager.
I've been on mute.
Here we go. You're on.
Can you, okay. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association, we fully support item F1 with the condition of obviously the restoration of the rain shelters. And for 80 years, golfers on the Granada golf course have taken refuge in several of the 1940s wooden rain shelters scattered along the historic greens. However, in August of 2020, the Historic Preservation Board passed a motion to recommend that only one of the existing 1940 wooden rain shelters be renovated. That is a good gesture. Obviously, back in 2020, we all decided that it's better to have one preserved than all of them removed. But the city should consider, and just like Mr. Alexander so eloquently made a point of, is to repurpose our shelters. We talk a lot about sustainability. We talk a lot about environmental issues. We should repurpose these shelters, not just one of the existing ones. Now, neighbors obviously rejected all the designs that were presented at the time. And I want to mention, and really I think, and I was part of that meeting, there was a lot of nostalgia that was, evoked, in those comments. And according to a study commissioned by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, American towns that make historic preservation a priority enjoy an economic dividend to the local economy. As per the study, not only do places matter emotionally, but economically as well, through the nostalgia effect. Brooklyn, in Brooklyn, New York, Prospect Park understood this economic value and restored its similar historic shelters recently. Why not Coral Gables? So in ending my comment, I want to thank author and historian Patrick Alexander. He is a great advocate for preserving, saving, and restoring the 1940s rain shelters. And HPACG joins him in advocating for the rain shelters to be preserved. We ask that they be restored and maintained for present and future generations and to honor our past. Thank you.
Thank you, Garelia. Mr. Manager, as requested for the next meeting, can we put together a schedule taking into account, like I mentioned, my colleagues mentioned also, same design, same concept, following ADA, following ADA, understanding that you want to try to use as many local products, but obviously adding a little bit of modernness to the products that we use so that they stand the test of time. I've been by those rain shoulders, okay? We're gonna take away more wood to add more wood at the end of the day. So it's not gonna be the same, actual shelter. That's similar to, like we have the problem with the windows in City Hall. So I just would like to see same design, considering ADA. I'd like to see a schedule if we can meet the goals so we can finally address this issue and hopefully include it in the budget for this year, okay? Because I know it's gonna take some time to take it to market and get some pricing and installation and all that kind of stuff, okay? So I look forward to it being the next meeting. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I want to hear I know we have a time certain for 11 a.m. I'd like to hear item E1 very quickly, if possible.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 14, process, Section 14-212, zoning code text and map amendments, and Section 14-213, comprehensive plan text and map amendments to create a conceptual review by the Planning and Zoning Board for applications proposing land use or zoning changes prior to the preliminary Board of Architects approval and providing for repeater provision, severability clause, codification, retroactivity, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, this is also related to item E3, which I'll also read into the record. E3 is a resolution of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended to create a Planning and Zoning Board zoning conceptual review fee, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Director, good morning.
Good morning, Jim
Thank you for being
Garcia,
here.
Planning and Zoning Director. So there have been no changes to the actual substance of the ordinance.
Yep.
The only change is to clarify when this will apply to. So it'll apply to any application, let me go back. Any application to invested or approval by the Board of Architects will be vested in the current regulations. So it'll apply to those who are not vested yet.
Perfect. Quick question, Mr. Clerk,
Yes.
do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We do. Would you like to hear public comment as a sponsor, or would you like to discuss it now?
I'd like to invite the public comment. I know they've been waiting for some time, and if there's some.
Denise Carvalho.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm very happy that you put this to be voted. And I think that maintaining the city beautiful can be possible through responsible development. And amending the city code process is key to that. The conceptual review has to be passed first by the planning and zoning, and if possible, with a 3D model. As I showed to the planning and zoning, the case of Gables Waterway, that would be extremely high and completely out of proportions with our city and our neighborhood, our small neighborhood. And planning and zoning understood that, which affects a lot the process. And if they go through all the Board of Architects meetings and all what they plan and look at the whistles and bells and have the Board of Architects decide on something that is not up to them to decide, and they are influenced by their peers and the camaraderie among the fellow colleagues, which is not the way to go. They have to go first to planning and zoning. decide on the matter of the size and upzoning, and planning and zoning is the one that has to decide on that first, and then go to the Board of Architects. So I ask you to vote in favor of that retroactively, so that the project Gables Waterways pass through the planning and zoning first, and then go back to the Board of Architects. So my request for you guys is to always have a 3D model, so that the planning and zoning can understand the repercussions, the consequences of approving an upzoning. So if you can compare how it can be by the law and how it would be with the upzoning through a 3D model, it would be great. And then I'll kindly ask you to put this retroactively, so that we can address Gables Waterways. That is not going to be a Biltmore, a new Biltmore. It's going to be awful to our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the item. Madam Vice Mayor?
Before I proceed, I have a question for our city attorney regarding the retroactive request, which I take as meaning for projects that have already been vested or by the, or heard by.
No, as drafted, it would apply to projects that do not yet have their preliminary Board of Architects approval.
Okay, I know, I understand the language as drafted, but that's not my question. Legally speaking, once a project that has its preliminary Board of Architects approval, okay, is this something that can be retroactively applied once something has a preliminary Board of Architects approval, or, you know, because the process will require it to go to planning and zoning anyway as the next step, what is your legal advice on this issue?
I think it would be prudent to keep with the vesting that we typically have in our zoning code, which is at that preliminary Board of Architects approval stage. And I think that we would be open to it. I'm not saying it'd be successful, we would defend it, but we'd be open to a challenge if we made it retroactive in a different fashion than that.
Okay. Well, before I delve into that and hear comments from my colleagues, I'd like to give you a little more historical perspective as to my efforts to have conceptual review included in the zoning code. And I'm going to ask the clerk to bring up the first item that I have provided you this morning. So that is going to be a photo of the very first time that I did a conceptual review with individuals in a pre-agenda meeting. How are you doing with that photo?
I have.
You have? Can you bring it up?
Yes.
Because I can talk while it's up. So, and you'll see a photograph of individuals present at a pre-agenda meeting, while the concept or the idea of trying to deal with a vexing problem that we have in our central business district, and that is the pre-existing zoning that we have. We have, no, that's not the first one. There's the first one. And that was that meeting in which individuals of the public were asked the question, how do we deal with the unlimited density in our central business district? Our central business district, for some of you who are not familiar, ranges basically from Almeria, and I know our planning and zoning, you'll correct me where I'm incorrect, all the way down to Navarre, okay? And it runs from Douglas Road to Lejeune Road, and at Lejeune, the first 100 feet, maximum height is 45 feet, and then it steps up progressively to 190.5. So the question for the public at that time, and this happened to be members of the board of CGNA, Coral Gables Neighbors Association, as well as other members of the public that were present, is what choice can we make, and are you interested in reducing the density in the downtown area in exchange for the request that the developer had to add 17.5 more feet of height to a particular section of the building. So I'm going to ask you to bring up the second photograph to show how the discussion evolved. You have a building that's zoned for 190.5 feet that can be built that way without us taking any action at all. With Mediterranean bonus, it qualifies for that kind of height. The question was, do you add an additional 17.5 feet for a reduction in density of over 50%? 300 units per acre is a tremendous amount of density, creates a tremendous amount of traffic in our surrounding communities. The choice at that time was that decreasing density was a bigger priority than, worrying about essentially three of me standing on top of each other. We also were impressed with the request, or I should say the willingness of the developer to purchase additional green space over and above what the code allowed. That's 10,000 square foot park in our central business district where the code does not require or mandate that this type of green space be provided. And you can see from the pattern that this commission has followed, additional green space has been a critical piece if it's properly placed. You got 20,000 square feet going to be added behind Publix. You have 10,000 square feet here. You have an additional 5,000 square feet down on Salzedo so that you have a daisy chain of green space available for the problem, to resolve some of this problem of lack of green space and too much density. So an opposite problem exists in other areas of our city where there's zoning changes being requested that upzone an area that's either single family, multifamily, and request for zoning for mixed use. I've encountered this a number of times as a resident and on boards, and again now as a commissioner. And it's a difficult situation for both the residents and developers to go through this lengthy process, spend a lot of money and a lot of time on both sides to get to the point where you're at the Planning and Zoning Board, and a Planning and Zoning Board disagrees with that zoning designation that they're requesting, and you have to start all over again before the Board of Architects. It happened in my neighborhood with the Villa Valencia project, another area that's zoned for 150-foot tall buildings. It was a very dense building that was originally proposed, and it was lot line to lot line. The residents got together, and we opposed that type of density being added to our area, and we got a nice green space added to create a buffer from the height of the building to the single-family neighborhood area. That process also happened with Mr. Alan Morris for his building off of Ponce Circle. He went through a denial process. He had a complete denial before the Planning and Zoning Board, came before the commission about 3 years ago, if I remember correctly, and he got a 5-0 denial. It was a painful lesson that this process of conceptual review is good for both the residents, who had to spend a tremendous amount of time fighting the height and density of the project that was proposed, and it was also beneficial for the developer himself. Mr. Morris said he learned a very valuable lesson there, that this process works. He reached out to me after the 5-0 denial before the board and said, who do I need to meet with in the community to be able to hear from them what they want? And this is what this conceptual review process will bring into a more formal process, as opposed to the informal way that I've done it with Codina's building, as well as in the industrial district, where those residents also made a deliberate choice that they wanted the green space in exchange for a little more height. And the amount of green space that was given and the amount of development rights that were given up, there was a reduction in the amount of development rights for that developer because they didn't get the total amount of FAR that they could have built, nor did the Codina project get the total amount of FAR that could have been built in that area as of right with 190.5 feet. So there are good things that we can do with this conceptual review process, and I think make it a lot easier on residents going forward to address these difficult choices that we have on this commission on whether or not something should be, go from a special use to multifamily or single family or MX development, and allow the commentary to come before the Board of Architects considers the drawings, before there's a tremendous investment in the architecture. And so it's not essentially what often is referred to as baked before it arrives to planning and zoning, where some people may think that it's such a sacrifice for this architecture to be given up and have to start all over again. I've been through it multiple times. Villa Valencia had to completely scrap their plans and start over again. It's an unnecessary waste of resources and time for our community, our residents, as well as people investing in our city to build good projects. So with that, I'd like to move this forward, but I'd also like to hear the commentary from my colleagues. I'll make a motion, and if someone wants to second it, we can do that and have additional discussion.
I'll second it.
I just want to add through the mayor, I brought it up the first reading, and I just want to make it clear again that, and if I'm mistaken, please correct me, that the conceptual review, if the Planning and Zoning Board does a conceptual review and 5 months later that same applicant comes back to the Planning and Zoning Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board at that point in time adds something to what they're requiring or what they want to see, that the conceptual review is advisory, but not necessarily binding.
Correct.
Because I don't want confusion, not only by applicants, but confusions by residents saying, well, in the conceptual review, they said A, B, and C. Now they're doing D, E, and F. And I want to avoid, I want it very clear so that they know it's non-binding.
Correct, yes, so the conceptual review by the BOA, sorry, by the Board of Architects, by the Planning and Zoning Board, will be non-binding. It'll be a list of comments either address concerns or comments of how to incorporate some different features into the proposed change of land use and zoning. And that will be used for them, or they can use that feedback and use it accordingly. If they can ignore it, or they can incorporate it into the design.
Thank you for clearing that.
I think anytime that we have more resident input or more opportunity for residents to be engaged is welcome. I would disagree. I think the project that was presented would not have made it past the conceptual review. I think residents were kind of blindsided, and that's what I've been hearing over the last couple of years by that project. And as it's gone up, they've had more concern by the height. But it presents an opportunity for residents to chime in earlier in the process. And it also presents an opportunity for the developers, like you were saying, like the Alan Morris project, to come up with a better product at the end, which will not only be accepted by residents, will also enhance the quality of what we have in the city. So I'll be happy to support it.
Right. Through the mayor, just a couple points. Regarding the non-binding nature of it, I went through this process in my first year in office about having a binding versus non-binding recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board. And the problem with doing a binding type of item is that indeed it becomes an as-of-right project. So,
well, just to be clear, the Planning and Zoning Board is always a recommending board. So ultimately, the City Commission makes a determination as to whether to approve a land use or zoning change. But yes, Vice Mayor, as drafted and as proposed, this would be non-binding, so that it's just feedback. There's not even any formal position taken. It's just a non-binding feedback.
Okay, and with regard to the comments on the Codina building, indeed, there was full input and full agreement by individuals at that conceptual review process. You know, we can look at things after the fact, but the actual height increase over what the code allows is only 15 feet. And if you look at the drawing itself, it provides you 2 columns on there. And I'll just reiterate it for you so you understand the de minimis difference, but the substantial benefit that was brought for residents. The actual build was only 15 feet taller, okay? What it could have been was 190 feet, okay? So 15 feet was the only difference. The decrease in density is actually 56%. So it's not an easy process for people to make a decision, but at the time when folks sat and understood the presentation of having an over 50% reduction in density in our central business district, the choice was clear and it was simple, that that's what they wanted. Plus, now you take offline completely an additional 10,000 square feet that also could have been adding additional density to our central business district, and that was 10,000 square feet. This was used as an example to show an early process of conceptual review. Nothing had been put down on paper yet. It was a conversation with residents that we have two choices to make. And I ask you, what choice do you want? Allow the developer to build their 300-unit building with zero additional green space? Or you need to make the choice. You, the residents, need to make the choice. If you would prefer an additional, what's now 15 feet in height, the actual number of units is only 130 as opposed to 300 that could have been put in the same space. If you would make a different choice today, you need to come out, you need to participate in these conceptual review processes. You need to think hard and long about it. It's a very different question when you're in a residential area where someone's asking for an upzoning of single-family lots or multifamily lots to something that's more commercial and much taller. Each place, each location is a different question and has to have a different analysis and involvement of the public, and I want the public involved in each and every one of these. And one last thing to add on that, there's only two small postage stamps of locations that something like that could ever happen again. And it's the center in the middle of the donut of the Central Business District. It's not near Lejeune, it's not near Miracle Mile, it's not near Douglas, it's not near Ponce, it's nowhere along the fringe, it's only in the middle on that one spot for the value that people saw at that time. And I think if you doubled the amount of traffic in the area with a 300 units building, it'll be appreciated in the future. The choice that they made at the time, they'll appreciate later in the future. So I just didn't want it to get distorted into something that it was not. Mayor, I think you're next.
So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, moving on to
just-
item.
Sorry, that was on E1.
You wanna do E3? We need a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving on to time certain, 11 a.m. G1.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the commissioning of an original musical score for use by the city and for integration with the city Centennial-inspired virtual digital experience Gables Go in partnership with the University of Miami and Frost Symphony Orchestra, and authorizing the city manager or their designee and city attorney to negotiate an agreement with the parties.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator with the city. We're starting this morning's presentation with an overview of Gables Go to provide some context and then lead into the details for this resolution. If we can have the presentation, please. So the City Commission has consistently championed the arts and fostered innovation, leading to the creation of a world-class public art collection and the city's recognition as an award-winning, globally renowned smart city. In honor of the city's centennial, and in collaboration between historical resources and cultural arts and the innovation and technology departments, a digital virtual path or map titled Gables Go is being developed for 30+ cultural sites highlighting the city's history, identity, and artworks. So just to go over some of the terms so it makes perhaps a little bit more sense. Extended reality, or XR, is an umbrella term that describes a range of technologies that combine the physical and digital worlds. XR includes AR, augmented reality, which is a real-time use of information in the form of text, graphics, audio, and other virtual enhancements integrated with real-world objects. VR, or virtual reality, is a computer-generated environment that simulates reality and allows users to interact with it in real time. So AR enhances the real world with digital elements, while VR creates a completely virtual environment. Through a dedicated web-based application, each site will be accessible at home or on the go through the Gables Go webpage, on-site, and through your phone. Here's an overview of the cultural sites that we are looking at, and a map that shows the geographic range throughout the city. Sites were selected based on their range of significance and interest, and some are well-known sites while others are quiet gems. So we wanted to also have some sites that people may not be as familiar with. Each site includes a selection of experiences such as images, text, holograms, interactive information sharing, gathering, etc. Which leads us to the city score. While content like images and information may pre-exist, music that is site-specific and aligns with the aesthetic of Coral Gables requires the expertise of an artist skilled in composing musical scores that resonate both literally and figuratively and can facilitate moving that composition into the virtual world. So I think it's helpful to understand what this means and what's involved. So commissioning a score is the original music that's paired with the visuals, and the musical composition is a process of creating that piece of music or the finished piece itself. Part of that process is the act of writing and notating a piece of music that includes the creation of the work itself through research, select instrumentation, orchestration, arranging and transcribing the notes, rehearsals, and more. The finished piece of music can range from simple to complex and includes publishing the work, licensing, performance, recording, etc. So we just wanted to really give a sense of the complexity of this project overall. The concept for commissioning a city score is to compose that original musical score in honor of the city's centennial that will play at different cultural sites, creating a unique atmosphere for each location. And while this project is inspired by the centennial, it is something that we hope will live on for a long time. The original composition will apply integrated live data to prompt a unique and innovative experience each time that experience is activated. The track will dynamically modify in real time based on up-to-the-minute information such as foot traffic, weather, time of day, making the music feel alive, responsive, similar, but always a little different. This innovative approach blends art and technology, ensuring each visit offers a fresh and immersive auditory experience that reflects the energy of the moment. So some of the proposed themes that we've been looking at are a spiritual, nature and environment, historic, opulent grandeur, and you'll see that some of these sites we've already worked on conceptually pairing within those themes and have different feelings or motifs that would go along with each of those themes. Here we have the themes that are on the left, and then the live data on the right, and how they might influence each of those themes at each of the locations. We are proposing this as a partnership with the University of Miami Frost School of Music. Dean Berg has agreed to partner on this project, and we would be exploring the following items, which is composition support, recording, mixing, overall assistance in the production of it, student-led initiatives such as publishing rights, licensing, digital file preparation, which would include the Pro Tools, public performance of the final composition, marketing, etc. And then Carlos Rafael Rivera, who's with us today, and I'll invite up just to say a few words, would serve as the lead for this project and composer. He is the chair and associate professor at the University of Miami's Frost School of Music in media, scoring, and production. And you can see he has an extensive background in pairing music composition with digital and new technology, which he addresses as part of his professorship at the university. So I would like to call up Carlos, introduce him, and then answer any questions that you may have.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. What a privilege to be here. As she said, my name is Carlos Rafael Rivera. I'm a composer, and as part of the University of Miami, we're thrilled to participate in this exciting commission for the city of Coral Gables to compose an interactive score with VR and AR integration. This would ideally become the city's interactive musical companion. And if you grew up playing video games, you may know that some of the things that we're talking about happen to be related to the things like when you go explore a new world in the video game. Well, this would be the score for Coral Gables itself. And depending on where you go, how you interact with the environment, you will hear music that's appropriate to it. Also, to think about the city as celebrating itself with music. And it's about time, especially at 100 years now. So the idea is that we'd be coordinating recording sessions with the Frost Symphony musicians under Maestro Gerard Schwartz and students, as well as manage the licensing. We'd additionally, the project would be including a live performance by the Frost Symphony in the city of Coral Gables in the fall of 2025 to celebrate the culmination of this. So I just look forward to collaborating with you, and thank you so very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
No, I think it's great. I mean, I think it's another opportunity for people to enjoy the centennial. And we continue to put layer on layer on layer, and people can really be exposed to what makes the city of Coral Gables exceptional. I mean, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, Mayor, I think it's wonderful that there are people musically talented, because I'm not. So I appreciate, your efforts to do this, and happy to move it. I'm sure there's lots of support here on this commission for this.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Long?
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. I appreciate you being here with us. We'll move on to item 2-1.
Mayor, if you don't mind, and I apologize for interrupting, is there a way that we could have E2 heard? The folks from St. Teresa have been here the whole morning, and I think if possible,
Well,
we could do that.
I'll hear them next. The clerk asked me, and I already committed to hearing 2-1.
Okay.
So after we're done with 2-1, I promise we'll hear that one next. It should be very quick.
Thank you, Mayor.
2-1 and 2-2. Thank you for being here with us. Good to see you again.
Thank you for accepting me.
Yes.
Hello, you all. I'm Lisa de Tournay. I'm one of the 5 members of the Parking Advisory Board. And we finally, after discussing for over a year, we prepared 2 resolutions. This was done pretty much in the summer of last year, but we've got them finalized recently. That's why it's already 2025. In any case, I'm sure you both have, you all have read both of them. So I'm just going to state how we feel on the board. For the last couple of years that I've been on, just almost 2, and some of the more senior members, we've found that so many projects are coming to us requesting authorization to take, pay for whatever, but to take parking spots that are metered on the street in the neighborhoods for their developments. And we've found that we are so far along in the process, or the developers are, that what we opine doesn't make a difference. We're coming up at the very end when parking and zoning has already approved it. Sometimes Board of Architects have these things on the plans that they're given. And we can see that even though we made an opinion earlier on that these shouldn't be taken away, they're still in the drawings. So we're asking basically to be heard earlier on so that we make a difference That's kind of what the process, what I wanted to bring up. We discussed that developers are not including parking on their own property, but rather asking to remove parking spots to use bump outs for some of the green space that they're supposed to do, like tree replanting. Where we have maybe 3 spots, we'll lose 1 at least to get the 2 and then the bump outs. This has affected several of our board members personally in their neighborhoods. Also with the swale packages that have been allowed, you can see as you drive around, many people have beautified their swale and leaving you to only park on somebody else's swale, etc. Also, we have a lot of parks, events at parks and things like that in the neighborhoods that rely on street parking for the people that are in attendance, and those spots are being taken away. Basically, we don't want to give any more parking spots away. That's kind of what the first resolution is. The second one involves fees. We've found that though these things were gone over, excuse me, I think in 2023, but nothing was ever changed. The fees have not been updated for at least 10 years. Originally, I believe the fees were based on the amount of parking a spot would generate. Is that correct? A parking spot, how much they would generate and meter fees for a period of 10 years or something like that. So, but the amount of property value has gone up so much that we think this is unfunded, trying to, well, like I said earlier, trying not to give any more parking spots away, but at least if somebody has to have them, to make it more worthwhile to the city to be reimbursed. That's kind of the gist of the both of them. Do you have any questions? I've got Monica Beltran here, who's in charge of the parking, and she can answer anything that I didn't go over well.
Madam Director, will you please join us?
Yes.
Could you provide a little bit of color in regards to the board? And thank you for being here and waiting. I appreciate that. And thank you for your service to the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Monica Beltran, Parking and Mobility Services Director. So when I joined the city and I started participating in the Parking Advisory Board, of course, some action had already been taken on different projects. And there was a little bit of frustration that I sensed and that was expressed over the fact that, yes, they're an advisory board, they do not make decisions, et cetera, that lies in your hands, but rather that they felt that they weren't being heard. So to ensure that we were all on the same page, we did take some time to meet with our attorneys, and also with Jennifer to ensure that we would go over the code, et cetera. We studied the resolutions, et cetera, so that we could speak intelligently and know the backgrounds before we moved forward. These 2 resolutions came about, and it took a little while and a lot of assistance from legal, came about the desire to, number 1, have an opinion early enough in the process, because they were concerned that some developers may move forward and invest a lot of money in projects that later came to them, and it was already a fait accompli, they felt, and they would not have a voice. Number 2, that studies be conducted with these development that would be more in tune with what is happening in the parking world and what is happening to parking inventories. Because you get the complaints every day from neighbors that don't find parking, and also from neighbors that want to preserve the swale, although it is right of way, and also from park goers, residents that want to enjoy our activities, but there is limited parking. So there seems to be an increasing demand for parking, but a decreased inventory, which is going to come to a head. And therefore, the Parking Advisory Board wants to be as proactive as possible to say, hey, before you move forward with projects, please study what is going to happen with parking. Commissioner Castro, we just recently heard from a resident that I spoke to yesterday, and she was saying she can walk 2-3 blocks, depending on the time of day that she gets home, to find a parking space. So just to keep that in mind, that we cannot decimate parking and increase demand If we want the residents and visitors to enjoy the city, then they need to have parking. And I think that's the gist of these resolutions put forth by the board.
Through the mayor, I understand 100% the concerns, and I want to go ahead and take action on these two resolutions. I wanted to go ahead and put on the record that developers pay a parking fee, and each parking spot is $42,000. Remote parking is from $10,000 to $12,500 per space, and parking in lieu is $25,000 per spot. The last revision was January 2023. We are 10 months away, but I will not be opposed to actually starting this a little earlier. So I will like to move both of these resolutions.
I would agree with you, and I just would like to maybe expand a bit, and I'm going to give you some of my observations over time, because each section of our city has different issues. And I'm going to start with, the residential infill district, where we have a number of historic buildings that provide zero parking. And we want our historic buildings. But if there's going to be a new building coming in, and this discussion was touched upon during the 1505 Ponce, our code only requires so many parking spots, but it's not taking into account a various number of factors there. The section of our city that is east of Ponce and, basically north of Navarre has a lot of historic buildings, plus compounded with Phillips Park, demand to go to Phillips Park. On the west side of Ponce, there are historic buildings as well, but the concentration is not as heavy as it is on the east side of Ponce. So I think in the residential infill district, anywhere in there, we need to have a special study done on parking needs and demand. One of the buildings on Minories that my father-in-law used to own was a 12-unit building. There were efficiencies. So even assuming that you have one car per unit and you don't have two people in that efficiency, which is more likely to happen today than it was in yesteryear due to the cost of housing, you're going to fill an entire block full of parking. And this is why people have to walk so far. I know that when I brought, and this was before your time, Ms. Beltran, the issue of having handicap parking signage put in front of a particular building where we had a veteran who was disabled there, that there was a lot of consternation about whether or not the city was required to do that. And we came up with a process where somebody can now apply to have a handicap parking spot in front of their apartment building, even though there's not painted lines, because apparently the painted lines made or broke whether or not we were required to provide handicap parking, which I think is form over substance. We need a complete inventory of that area and going forward, what the parking needs are, because we can't make decisions on new development there if we don't have that information. How many parking spaces should be absorbed by the new buildings? There's a need, okay? They always want something from us. They need to give something back. They need to help solve this problem. This problem exists in other areas as well, but I don't know what without a parking study, what the full breadth of needs are versus, demand and how many spaces sit unoccupied. It depends on when you walk the neighborhood. And I'd rather it not be just my casual observation that, the parking on a particular street is not being used and therefore bump outs are not going to have an impact. I'd like to see, the existing parking use, because you have a number of apartment buildings there occupied by how many residents and how many spaces they historically used versus what's going to happen to those spaces after the fact. So, and I'm basically describing the Biltmore Way area that is west of Lejeune. And then we have our central business district, which we already have a parking study on. And we know that the demand far exceeds the supply that we have right now. And the other areas that we have issues, and systemically, I think we can find some solutions for that by improving services, is Biltmore Hotel, never has enough parking. Venetian Pool never has enough parking. And along with all this, in all these areas, and I know ADA remediation is something that, you know, we're going to be moving forward on a lot stronger, is as you're doing the parking study, every single block needs to have a curb cut near where you have a handicapped parking spot. You have to look at the existing uses. Is there a dentist office? Is there a doctor's office? Is there a reason why demand is going to be higher in those areas? In the ADA remediation cases that I've worked on, you know, you always have someone saying, well, that's all that's required by the code. I said, but you have a hospital. You have a hospital. So you have to respond to the demand that you have. So if we have areas with doctor's offices, pain centers where someone has pain and needs to get into an office, you know you're going to have more demand there for handicap parking than, you know, is required by the very basic formula that we have in our city code. So I do think we need to have a comprehensive parking demand study in our city to provide this commission and the boards better guidance on how much parking we need to include in the buildings in certain areas. So that's my friendly amendment. It's a little lengthy, but I think it's clear.
So we have a motion and a second?
Madam Director, you and I have had numerous conversations about having some sort of comprehensive parking study in the city. Biltmore Way in particular has been a major concern to residents for many years, and it seems like periodically parking spaces have been removed for development projects, sometimes for businesses that were trying to rent out parking spaces. And sure, it sounds great on paper, $42,000 per parking space, the city's making money off these spots, but we're creating a problem for residents, and I think that needs to be our focus. So I agree with I think I understood the friendly amendment was to make it a comprehensive citywide parking study, so I'd be happy to support that. I think that's something that we have been in conversations about doing for some time. I think it's time to get it done. I appreciate the work that the board has done. And like with every other board, we always welcome any suggestions on how we can make residents' lives better. This is a board that's extremely important, not just for the central business district, but for residents who come to the CBD and park in different parts of the city. So it's important to hear from you, and I appreciate your dedication and your time to our board and all the other board members.
I think what I'm hearing is that what we should be working toward is a master plan.
Yes.
In other words, an all-comprehensive master plan that doesn't focus just in some areas. Another issue of concern, by the way, is employee parking. If businesses to grow, where are employees going to park? And I've heard from residents that, you know, with these scooters, these mobile scooters that people carry in their trunk, they'll park in residential zones, take out their scooters, and scooter on over. Now, the good news is we have a very robust and wonderful trolley system that truly helps, but we need somehow to consider some type of park and ride where employees can have access to the trolley or to our offerings so that we diminish parking demand as well as congestion on our roadways.
And I think your predecessor and I spoke about this during a commission meeting. With all the requests that we're getting for remote parking from new development projects and other buildings, we need to make sure that we have a full inventory, because we always rely on the developers presenting to us, well, we found these number of parking spaces at X, Y, or Z location, but we don't have any inventory in the city that we can say, okay, we have confirmed that there are the 100 parking spaces that they need at that parking garage, and other impacts that it may have. A project that's 3 blocks away from the parking that they're trying to utilize is going to create pedestrian issues, is going to create other issues in the area that we also need to take into account. So I'd like that included in your master plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, before moving forward, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item. First speaker, Mrs. Mary Cruz.
Mr. Mayor, while Mrs. Cruz comes up, I would just like to clarify the motion because there were two requests from the Parking Advisory Board. One was asking the commission to direct staff to evaluate the current process, and the second one is requesting that staff evaluate the appropriateness of the fees. So we're also hearing that there should be a comprehensive parking study done, so if we could get some clarification on the motion.
So I was going to move the motion. I accept her amendment, and exactly how both of the motions are written is how
So
it's
it would
going to go.
be a motion directing staff to evaluate the current process for review of loss of on-street parking spaces, remote parking, and payment in lieu requests related to certain development projects, and also directing staff to evaluate the appropriateness of the parking replacement assessment fee and other similar parking fees, and also to conduct a comprehensive parking study.
And can you take it back to the board too? To their board?
So once staff has done its evaluation, to get feedback from the Parking Advisory Board.
Right, and I guess it would come back to us as a parking master plan.
Correct.
Okay, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm going to talk very fast because we have some representatives of St. Teresa's here, sitting here for hours waiting to be heard while we skip around. I think the time has come when developers want to build, they need to have the number of parking spaces that we require is not working. When they have to pay the city to rent or to get, enough is enough. We're not in the business of renting spaces. We're not in the business, we should not be in the business of selling spaces. We need those spaces. Our residents need those spaces. The people that come to use the businesses need those spaces. The developers need to provide their own spaces so they don't have to take our spaces.
Mr. Clerk.
Rep Holmes.
So I'm relatively uninformed about the particulars of this consideration, but I think I'll say amen to what Maria Cruz just said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to, we have two resolutions, right?
I think the commission made one motion
All right,
incorporating
perfect.
all the
All right,
requests.
just want to make sure we covered everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2997 to add a new multipurpose building and increase the maximum student enrollment from 881 to 945 students for St. Teresa Catholic School located at 2701 Indian Mound Trail, Coral Gables, Florida. All other provisions and conditions of approval contained in ordinance number 2997 shall remain in effect and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, and all individuals testifying today should be sworn in by the city clerk.
Mr. Clerk.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Good morning. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us on the second reading. The city staff has worked with us on language in the ordinance to try to clarify some of the comments that were made at first commission meeting. We are generally in agreement with the language. We do want to point out that in item 14, it says that a wall shall be installed. I spoke with city staff, and its wall is defined by the code, which defines wall as a structure or device forming a physical barrier made of materials permitted by this code that closes, makes, or borders a lot, yard, or field. So with that definition, if everyone's in agreement that the word wall is in accordance with the city definition, we believe it provides flexibility between the school, city staff, landscape, I know Commissioner Anderson has taken an interest in our tree preservation, and we want to work very closely with you on that. If we're all in agreement that wall is as defined in the code, then we're in agreement with how that rewrite of the ordinance is done, and we're ready to move forward.
Jennifer?
Good afternoon. Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So yeah, just to clarify, we've made 3 changes since the first reading. To clarify who can use the field during on Sunday use has to be only organized use, and also clarified, as we've talked about, the wall and along, and working with staff to make sure it fits the character of the landscape that's already there, and also serves as a barrier for the sound. That's it.
Do you have any public comment? I have one request that I'm going to make from the school if possible. But do you
Yes,
have any
Mr.
public
Mayor.
comment?
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Once again, this is not my area. This is not the church that I attend, but I feel, I saw the presentation last time. It is beautiful, very well done. One of the best projects I've seen in a long time that will really benefit the neighborhood. And I think that we need to stop dilly-dallying and push it through. And please, they've waited long enough.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
If I may make a simple request, after your first appearance here, which again I support the project, I think it's great. I walked that neighborhood the last 2 weeks, and I got a few phone calls from residents who supported the project, but they asked me to make a simple request. In the afternoons, there's a major queuing issue that's happening in the school. I drive through there a lot. It backs up all the way beyond the stop sign and goes across the street into the residential neighborhood. I'd like to see if we can, and I went to check it out for 2 days to see at what time it commences. Some people are queuing there an hour and a half before school ends. And I know people want to get in and out, and it's a difficult situation. We're dealing with it at all schools. You're not the only school. Is there a way that we could potentially, I know you have police officers, you have multiple police officers there. So again, every school has this issue. Just happen to have the pleasure of being in front of you right now. Is there any way that we could hopefully, instead of allowing people to queue there for an hour and a half, because I know my grandparents used to do the same thing when they used to come pick me up. They wanted to be the first ones out. They wanted to get out. They had all day to wait there. It would be something that I think the residents in the neighborhood would really, really benefit, and there'd be a lot of gratitude if we can just tell people when they queue, just say, listen, you break the habit immediately when you say something like, you can't queue here anymore. Please drive around for the next hour, an hour and a half. Eventually, they'll stop coming. But we have this queuing which goes all the way back into the neighborhood, past the stop sign into the actual residential neighborhood. So I think it's something that would really benefit the neighborhood, and it'd be good for your partners, for everybody.
Yes, and I'm assured that we'll work with the city on that. I'll have Father Manny address this specifically.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I go on sick calls, it's a problem for me getting out of the neighborhood. I've already started conversations with the chief of police and with our school resource officer, who's here present, to be able to address that concern, because we want to be good neighbors to our fellow homeowners in the area.
Yeah, the problem that you're having is a problem that you can't fix,
right,
except for one way.
Yeah.
You either do, 2 ways. You either do internal queuing. You've got to have a long internal queuing snake,
right,
which is what, for example, some of the schools have, but a lot of them don't. I'll give you an example. Sunset has a major issue. They have people that back up, and they're trying to figure out a way to see if they can queue internally. Looking at future projects, I've been working on with them with that. But I think that the only way this works is if you just, disband the queuing, which goes in 2 directions into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And just basically tell people, look, you're not going to be able to sit here for an hour and a half because the lines are getting pretty long.
Yeah. I was in a school once where they played dominoes before,
Yeah.
2 hours before.
Yes.
So thankfully,
again,
it doesn't happen in our.
By the way, and everyone I spoke to, they all support the project. I told them how much I supported it. but they just said, listen, we
No,
understand.
that it is important.
If
Absolutely.
they could work with us, and I said, listen, I don't think Father Manny would have any issue at all with making it a priority and finding a solution for that.
All right.
Thank you.
Have we ever explored different dismissal times?
We do, Commissioner Castro, we have dismissal, we have staggered times, 2 o'clock for our pre-K, 2:30 for our kindergarten, and 2:45 for the rest of the school. So we do have staggered dismissal times.
Do you feel that alleviated a little bit?
It does, because what we do is we get the pre-K out, and then sometimes they have to go, if they have older students, older siblings, they have to come back into the queue to be able to go at 2:30 or 2:45.
Is there more space to separate the 245?
That's something that the traffic issue is something that's always been an issue for the school. Got there 6 years ago. We looked at, but it's right now we've sat with the city police. Right now, it's the best one that we have at our disposal because dismissing 900 children. That's why, with the advent of this building, we hope to have more, and this is something that our lawyer spoke about in the last meeting. With the advent of this building, we hope to have more children staying on campus so that afternoon dismissal decreases by at least 30%.
Thank you.
I think they're the only way, and I've been there throughout the different dismissal times. People are queuing there not an hour and a half before because you have the staggered dismissals. The only way you'd be able to alleviate it is you have the 4 lanes in front of the school,
right,
mimicking 4 lanes in front of the church at that dismissal time. So you'll stack the cars in the 4 lanes first, and Sergeant, you know more than me about this, but maybe you'd be able to stack 4 lanes there and then 4 lanes in front of the church.
Right. The only thing
And that'll move them, but the problem is you have people that are using the church.
They're using the church, and also
Correct.
the road in front of the church is a little weird because of the island that comes in and Anastasia
Correct.
cuts in diagonally.
Yeah.
So.
And it's not really a full
But no,
lane
but it's something
in
that,
that area.
at
Can I give
the
you
mayor's
another-
advice, we'll look at it, yeah.
And I'll just give you another idea.
Sure.
I mean, don't take my word for it. Just call Patrick at Carrollton, my daughter's school. They do what's called siblings. So they have the siblings. You cannot pick up siblings twice. You can only pick up siblings once. So if you have a daughter that leaves later, the daughter has to stay later.
We do that.
So I'm just giving you examples.
Yeah,
I don't
we
have
do
my
that, yeah.
kids in your school, so I'm just
Yeah.
telling you. I know, but I've talked to a lot of
No,
residents.
but that's something we do.
Okay, but so my point is that there is ways, but I think at the end of the day, the answer can't be stacking all the way
Oh, no, for sure.
into the neighborhood.
And-
And if you go there, and if you want, I can do it with you tomorrow. I'd be more than willing to go tomorrow or the following day, whatever fits your convenience. It's getting pretty long. It's getting pretty long to the point that it's going past the church where the 4-way stop sign is, that you make a right to the Biltmore. It's literally just going beyond the neighborhood to the left and all the way into the residence.
Absolutely.
Into the residential areas. And again, everybody loves a school. We need more schools. Everybody's clamoring for more schools. Especially if it was up to me, you'd have more faith-based education, like what
Father
you
Will.
offers. We all make a sacrifice to send our kids to these schools. That's why I'm approving. I had one resident that told me I am in complete disapproval of any additional students in the neighborhood. It's already at capacity. Look at what's happening with the queuing. They use the queuing as an example. They can't fit any more people in there. And my response was, I apologize. I agree with the school having more students. We have to all make sacrifices. I gave an example of where I live. St. Augustine, Riviera Country Club, University of Miami, Lennar, Doctors Hospital. I'm surrounded. 57th Avenue, US 1.
Absolutely.
Within blocks, I have probably one of the most congested areas in the city of Coral Gables. I say we all have to make sacrifices. The lady wasn't too happy to hear that, and I get it. I understand. But I have to be candid. I can't tell her, yeah, I agree with you. We're gonna change it. The only thing that I think is gonna work is if we just do not allow queuing unless somebody is like literally saying my daughter or my son leaves at 2:30.
Right.
Here's proof that I have a document, and they can wait there while they're in line. But if you're in line and your daughter or son doesn't leave till 3 o'clock, you shouldn't be in line. And I think that's when you break the habit, and that's what they've done in certain other private schools and public schools to try to
that's
achieve some sort of relief, just something.
And that's something, as Sister Rosa and I were talking about this morning, to be more proactive in communicating to our parents and abuelos to
It's all
not get there
abuelos.
at 1 o'clock.
It's abuelos. It's abuelos. I mean, that's what picked us all up.
But from experience, I don't think the early stackers are affecting anything. Most of the traffic passing the church isn't until about 2:30, 2:35, right before dismissal. Because I've been there early. When we have a doctor's appointment or something that we need to pick my son up early, the stacking beyond the church, I guess, rear
Sevilla-
parking
Sevilla,
lot,
yeah.
which is where it starts affecting the residential, probably does not begin until about 2:30, 2:35, right before the dismissal. So that's maybe the time that we can start the additional lane in front of the church and move those cars. I think I've only been in line in front of residences for first or second day of school, when people are still
That's-
getting used to.
the first 2 weeks is always crazy.
Other than that, I don't think I have ever been past the church parking lot when I've been stacking out there, even when I've gotten there late. So I don't, the early stackers don't create the problem. And on the contrary, because then you're going to have people showing up at the last minute, you have the same number of cars.
Right.
Stacking early, stacking late, there's still the same number of cars. That's not going to change.
Which is why we need to study this. We
Correct.
want to study this with.
And I agree, it's the last minute surge. You know, sometimes I go to the church and when I arrive, it's 30 minutes before the bell and it's still manageable. I don't think it's the road where Comber Hall is. I think it's where the
Palermo.
cafeteria is. That's the one that backs.
It's Sevilla
east.
where
Sevilla.
we talked to the city police, where we have double stacking, and it's a danger because they do go against traffic when they're trying to get around the early stackers.
And when the one where you have Comber Hall,
That's Palermo.
that one you have more roadway.
Yeah.
To fill the cars. The other one, you have less roadway. And you do it by last name, right?
We do it with an app called Pick My Kid, that the kids are queued up and they are told.
I'm
the
just
street-
thinking if that other road has more capacity, you may want to shift where the kids go to get picked up. Because if you put more kids to the front of the school, we have the 4 lanes, it may lessen the congestion where the cafeteria is. Just shift some of that to that other side. Just a thought. Either that or ban dominoes
No,
completely.
I was saying Brendan, a little
So,
flower.
through the mayor, just a couple last comments, because I understand that the number of students in reality hasn't increased. It's an update that recognized the fact that this is the number of students we have. Now, I've lived on Sevilla for now close to 4 decades, and I have seen long lines for students, so I have seen an improvement. I also learned to not use Sevilla to cut through at that time and to take other routes to avoid it, so I didn't get caught in that mess. I got caught once, and then I learned my
Never
lesson the first time around. So I applaud your efforts, and I appreciate your willingness to work. We'll see what we can do on landscaping together. As the environmental board person on the Coral Gables Garden Club, I'd be happy to share thoughts and ideas.
We look forward
Okay?
to it, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Through the mayor. My voice. I actually make that line every single day, and I am not one that gets early to any place. So
Is that a confession?
that is a confession.
I can't absolve you in public, Commissioner.
So by the time, I would say, I think something to keep in mind and to really evaluate is the amount of time the line is actually long for, right? And when it's long, I'm talking past the Little Flower, past the church.
Right.
It's not really a significant amount of time, because I think it gets past the church, as Commissioner Fernandez was saying, probably 2:35-ish, 38-ish. And I know because I never even get there at that time. Okay, so I think the time that it's really intruding into the houses is probably 20 minutes. And I have to commend you for what a wonderful job you do at getting kids in and out of the cars safely every single day. So there's a little bit of room for improvement, but I do have to say, you guys do an exceptional job.
Thank you.
And Pick My Kid is not the only way that the school is notified, because you have Ms. Capper or Ms. Gonzalez who go out there and take the actual numbers of the cars and put them in order so that the children are lined up and ready to go out. You have what, about 10 teachers every day? They alternate.
Hot
and
sun, yeah.
Making sure that they're opening the doors. Your, I guess, honor guard, is it?
Yeah.
Who's also out there opening the doors, making sure the children are moving quickly and the cars are moving through there quickly. So it's an operation. You know, it's like getting people out of Dolphin Stadium. But,
faster.
you know, but faster. So we appreciate it.
Chief?
Assistant Chief Pat Hanlon. We've discussed this before, and we continue. We have a coordinator, which is Sergeant Zacchio, who coordinates all the traffic and the off-duty at that school. So we continue to look at it and look at ways to do it better. We did talk about the queuing, and if they do start lining up that far in advance, we'll have that discussion. But again, it's an ongoing process, and obviously we're cognizant of the neighborhoods and also the school itself to get the kids in and out safely. That's a big, huge thing. So we will continue to look at it and evaluate it, but we have worked with the school and also our coordinators who are there every day.
Thank you, sir.
Continue to do that, sir.
Send my appreciation to all the officers that work in that school. They do an absolute exceptional job. And, you know, sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's very sunny, sometimes it's very hot or cold or windy. And no matter what the conditions are, they keep our children safe. So thank you.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item G2.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your patience.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the International Affairs Coordinating Council that Quito, Ecuador become a sister city emeritus.
I think everybody's been pretty well versed on the issue, and I wanted to thank the International Affairs Coordinating Council for their hard work. I'll accept the motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item H1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFQ 2024-023 for civil and environmental engineering services and negotiated professional services agreement with AECOM Technical Services, Inc., Ardura Group, Inc., Hazen and Sawyer, Kimley Horn and Associates, Milian Swain and Associates, Inc., and Nova Consulting Services, Inc., the sixth highest ranked responsible proposers pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Florida Statutes 287.055, known as the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item H2.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of Amendment Number 1 to grant agreement number LPA 0269 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $375,000, approving the extension of the expiration date for the Coral Gables citywide septic to sewer conversion assessment project from March 31st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, and authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment to the agreement with FDEP for said financial assistance.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
This is a resolution to extend the grant to be able to engage with residents and have more public meetings. I completely support that, yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item F2. This is a simple item, discussion regarding City Hall landscaping for the centennial. Mr. Clerk, would you put up a quick picture? I had this brought to my attention by Dariel. He came to visit me at a meeting in my office hours, I think a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and talked to me about this opportunity. I thought it was something interesting, and I think it would be just another, like we mentioned with the score, just another layer that, again, highlights the beauty of the centennial and why we're celebrating 100 years of the City Beautiful. So something simple.
Not sure if Cable TV has the photo ready.
His photos are worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, give us move on to the next item, and then I'll have the picture brought up.
Okay. In regards to the recap for Tallahassee and also the item, which is H3, you want to handle those together, or do you want to handle them separately?
H3.
You want to come up?
H3, legislative update.
You want to do them together?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Fernando Wiener, Government Affairs Manager for the city. In terms of the recap, we'll run through that rather quickly. Commissioner Castro and I took a trip up with the Chamber of Commerce to Tallahassee on February 3rd and 4th. There's a brochure that I want to pull up here. We took our city priorities and worked with the chamber to present them to a handful of associations, as well as a list of representatives and senators, to speak as to what efforts we are supporting this year and what we want more information on. So as soon as could we go to the brochure first? And again, this is just the list of city priorities. We've gone over this before. I just want to show you all what the pamphlets are. I got one of these each to your office. It's just the digital file of what this brochure looks like that we handed to each of these associations and representatives. All right, great. And if we can just cycle through it rather slowly. Not very large text, but that's okay. So I'll just highlight a few of the things that we brought up while we were there. One, again, since we're there with the business community, we covered a lot of insurance matters, whether it's real property dealing with residential or commercial. We just want whatever grant programs, whatever loans can be granted to individual property owners to see what kind of alleviation process and efforts can be made. Also, boating, we met with Senator Garcia, and Senator Garcia is a huge proponent of boating regulation and making sure that perpetrators are being properly punished for, their malfeasance on the waterways. Another one was Live Local. Now, obviously, the city has a certain position on the Live Local Act, and the state legislature almost unanimously is in support of affordable and workforce housing. So as far as Live Local goes, it was much more of, hey, let us know what is going on up here so we understand what the efforts are going to be.
Can
Yes,
you do
sir.
me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Through the manager's office, I'd like to add a tab, if possible, to our website, because I received multiple phone calls this week about Live Local. There's a lot of misinformation, a lot, going around here in the city. I know it's politics season, but there's a lot. And the people are talking that Live Local has already been adopted in multiple different projects, that certain projects in the city are gonna go to 25, 30 stories here in the city. So, I would love to be able to, number one, have a page where you go there and it says, what is Live Local? Shows the legislation. Who started the Live Local process? Where did it come from? How was it approved? So it's kind of like a background, and then I'd like to see how we can address it, whether there's been any projects in the city that have applied the Live Local legislation and have come before the city. I think that's good for everybody, and we should start keeping tabs on what are the projects and to educate people. Has there been, even if, let's say, for example, there's an announcement that a project's not gonna go via our zoning code?
Yes, sir.
And they're gonna go Live Local, I'd like to see, that project be placed front and center. This developer is using the Live Local legislation to move forward. This is the plan proposal. This is where we're at. I also like to see, if I can, the positions that this commission has taken, that I have personally taken, against the Live Local Act. What have we done? Where have we advocated? Where are we in regards to any future litigation, any issues like that? Maybe that can be addressed through our city attorney. 'Cause I think it's critical that there be a strong message, understanding that what's actually happening through this commission in regards to the opposition for Live Local. A lot of misinformation, and I don't think it bodes well for anybody, because it talks a lot about people were telling me there's 30-story buildings already coming for the Gables, that it was approved. They don't understand that with Live Local, the city doesn't collect impact fees, doesn't collect taxes. There's a few things that we miss out on. So I think it's important that we show a very clear, robust page for people to understand what is Live Local, who is responsible for it. I know there's a second iteration of Live Local that came before the state, and we've been talking about that. And where do we currently stand as a city? What is our exposure? And if any projects have come through the Live Local. I have not seen one project come through Live Local yet. So that's my understanding.
Yes, sir. And just so you know, we do have such a webpage. We need to do a better job of disseminating that information. It has an implementation order that was signed at the end of last year, which just lays out the rights that developers have when it comes to Live Local. The idea is also to list out those projects as well, but as you requested, we'll list what the positions of the commissioners have been.
I'd like to come to the manager and to be very clear what we've done and our positions in regards to the advocacy opposing Live Local. And be very clear on that, because I think we're falling short on that, because there's a lot of misinformation in regards to, that the city stands with Live Local, that we're not doing anything to oppose Live Local. So I want to be very clear on that front.
Yes, sir.
So,
If I
Mr.
may
Mayor,
take
I just dovetailing on that, because there's a lot of confusion also that some of the projects that are surrounding us are actually city projects when it's not city land. So to the manager, I'd like you to consider putting a section in there to identify those projects on the perimeter, whether it be on US 1, Douglas Station, Sears property that surround Coral Gables, that this commission unfortunately doesn't have any input on, and it was not a project that this commission could control.
Can I,
Just to-
go ahead, Cass. Go ahead.
Just to put on the record, I am working on a Live Local Town Hall informational. I am waiting for an answer or confirmation of time and date from Senator Calatayud to go ahead and participate in this town hall. Probably also since oh my God, State Representative Vicky Lopez, she is also spearheading it this session, and I am talking to her as well to see if she can provide some informational insight in what she's working on, and our residents are better informed.
If I may, I agree with my colleagues completely. It's important to educate and bring folks up to speed. We've had this discussion 10 years ago. Tallahassee was, you'd have one preemptive bill. Now you have 10 or 20, and they actually pass. Back then, they rarely passed. I think it's important to highlight for folks first, before we get into Live Local, which is obviously the heart and soul of the issue, is explain to folks in terms that everybody understands what preemption is, and how preemption not only impacts the city of Coral Gables, but impacts every single city throughout the state of Florida. I don't want them to think that we're the only ones, but these preemptions affect the entire state, including our neighbors to the South Miami, Key Biscayne, you name it. The other part is, I think we could probably use at a lower scale e-news, to have a section in e-news dedicated to the work that you do, to highlight certain issues, certain topics, in just basic terms. And that way folks go to your page and learn a little bit about what the legislative process is and what the challenges are that the mayor and the vice mayor and Commissioner Castro mentioned. The challenges of trying to get that messaging out so folks understand that we are with our residents trying to make right what sometimes Tallahassee makes wrong.
I know we've spoken about it before, but we need to commence the interlocal agreements with the surrounding municipalities, cities. We spoke about it before, but I don't think we've engaged in any action. We need to stay better informed with what's going on in our borders.
Agreed.
Maybe we could bring that on March 11th and see how we can communicate with them.
Okay.
Find a mechanism.
Yeah, and that process has been started. I'm in contact with the city of Miami. I've spoken with officials in West Miami so that we have an understanding. Also, when we met with Representative Omar Blanco, we have a conversation scheduled to discuss whether, again, this is something that we should do at the state level or if it should be something controlled at the local level through interlocal agreements. So it is underway, but like you said, I can give you an update in the next commission meeting.
So I did try to bring this up in the Florida League of Cities, and their recommendation was to come into agreement with our neighboring cities.
Okay. Okay, great. So the next thing that I was going to get to is the chamber's priorities that they discussed. Main thing from them is economic development, making sure that legislators aren't coming down and touching the local business tax. Another topic that was recurring throughout all the meetings were the business rent taxes, which are going down from 4.5% to 2% on June 1st, and that's any kind of commercial rental, whether it's the space, the entire building itself. The state of Florida is one of the few states, I think they mentioned that we may be the only state that still applies this tax, and they're bringing it down year by year. Who knows if they'll completely excise it, but it is being brought down to 2% in June. So if we could move to the PowerPoint. Not this one yet, the other PowerPoint, the one that has the picture of Tallahassee. I just want to show you the lists of the organizations and the representatives that we met with. And I'll just discuss each day what the major topics of discussion were. But I can begin with that. So when we met with the associations, many of the here we go. So the associations that we met with were these: the Retail Federation, Associated Industries of Florida, Florida Bankers Association, Restaurant and Lodging, and then the Florida Chamber of Commerce. The recurring topics throughout those discussions were, like I mentioned, the business rent tax. We also discussed property insurance, both residential and commercial. That was typically initiated by the Chamber, and as I said, it was one of our priorities, so we were happy to hear what they had to say, and many of them are in support of this. And then also water quality. The Restaurant and Lodging Association, obviously, they have so many establishments and structures on the beaches near freshwater bodies, so they themselves are very concerned with the quality of those bodies to attract visitors, and obviously something that we care about, because a lot of those grant programs lead into our septic to sewer conversions that we're attempting to do, whether it's fixing our septic lines now. It's a lot of interest for us, and a lot of money is being poured into those areas by the state. And then the last thing would be workforce and affordable housing. Everybody is concerned with it. When we met with the Florida Chamber of Commerce, they showed us something with their a scorecard that they have, which is a list of statistics, where they discuss that Florida in general is experiencing a significant migration into the state. But, you know, worth noting is that in terms of the 25 to 35 age group, they're leaving the state. And that's the basis of the workforce. And a lot of what people attributing that exodus to is lack of affordable housing. So it's just a fact that they would bring up during the conversations that we had with them. That was the first day, so we were just running around going to all of the associations. And then the next day, we had a packed day meeting with every representative you can imagine from the day delegation. And thankfully, we got to meet with all three of our two senators and our one representative, Alexis Calatayud, Ileana Garcia, and Demi Busada. And on the second day, we got to discuss much more so our priorities and to hear what these representatives had to say about Live Local. I want to mention this because I think it's an important thing to discuss. Representative Vicky Lopez, as Commissioner Castro mentioned, is spearheading the Live Local efforts, made it a point to state that communities that are resisting Live Local, which we want to make sure, as the mayor said, we want to make sure people understand what our stance is on Live Local, which we'll make clear through the webpage. But Representative Vicky Lopez said that people in cities that resist Live Local will be punished. And we don't take that lightly. We want to understand exactly what she means by resist, and put ourselves in a situation where we're not being looked at unfavorably by the state. And then the second most, well, probably the most important discussion that we had with our representatives were our projects, where we now know that Demi Busada is supporting all 5 of our projects, the original 3 that we had submitted for our water project, traffic, and also our ADA improvements, and then the additional projects that we submitted, one for our emergency evacuation vehicle, and then also for a patrol boat for the police department to use on the coastline. So that's being supported through the House, and then also Senator Garcia is going to support it through the Senate. That is all I have. Do we have any questions about the trip?
I want to thank you so much. Besides that, we did a couple more things there. We were nonstop, and I want to be very, very thankful for you to withhold all that pressure and walking. I did a little certificate of appreciation for you. In recognition of outstanding dedication and service to the city of Coral Gables, the certificate is presented to Fernando Weiner. On behalf of Commissioner Castro and the city of Coral Gables, we extend our sincere gratitude, your dedication and leadership in advocating for our community during legislative session in Tallahassee. Your professionalism and commitment to public service play a vital role in advancing initiatives that benefit our residents, and truly appreciate your efforts in representing the city's interest.
Thank you so much.
And you'll get it after the governor vetoes or doesn't veto things.
You want to take a picture after you're done?
All right, we'll move to the next item now. So yeah, this is the bills, that preemptive bills and other bills of interest to the city. Would you please pull up the next slideshow? Okay, so as last time, the idea behind this update, this regular update that we'll have, is to discuss the bills that affect our city and provide a brief summary of the city's position on a select few of the bills that we have. And why does this matter? It affects our local policy, ensures alignment with state mandates, and makes sure that we're making decisions that are in favor of the community's well-being. Now, we are in the meat of when bills are being introduced. As of yesterday at noon, there were 1,027 bills that had been introduced, and based on my understanding, we have about 150 that have some impact on the city, whether it's their home rule issues, whether they're affecting fire and police, whether they have effects on our residents. We're getting to the point where all of these bills, and there's a bunch of bills being introduced, and many of them are affecting us, and I will keep updating this as we get going. Typically, the state will introduce anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 bills prior to the beginning of a regular session. So we're really not even halfway there. So as the new bills are being introduced, I'll keep updating a tracker that I share with other members of the city staff, and we'll keep tracking what affects the city. So trends that we're seeing in many of these bills, specifically the ones that affect our city, are home rule and preemptions, many of them having to do with workforce housing. So those two top points really being roped in with one another. Tax exemptions, this has mostly to do with homestead tax exemptions, and then environmental resiliency funding, whether we're talking about My Safe Home Florida program or the condominium program that is now being stretched out past its pilot phase. And then local business support. There's a bill that's been introduced to support businesses being affected by construction and creating a grant and low interest loan program for them. So we're going to discuss preemptions and home rule, taxes, some of those grant programs, and then a couple of more categories that would fit under a miscellaneous category. So number one, the affordable housing bills that are being passed, preemptive, but a lot of them having to do with affordable housing. So we've discussed Senate Bill 184, that is the bill that requires, doesn't permit, but requires local governments to allow adjacent dwelling units within the single-family residential areas of their municipalities. And the reason I bring it back up today is because it recently passed the Community Affairs Committee 7-0, and is being very much supported in the Senate. So this bill has a decent likelihood of passing not just the Senate, but the House. And I'll loop in with our lobbyists to see what efforts we can make to tweak this, so it's not just an outright requirement, but just so you know, and just so we understand how this is looking, it's looking to pass. The next one is local government, which is Senate Bill 482, which is the public arts bill that does away with a requirement, an issuance of development requirement that there be a fee or public art installed by a city. Again, we're working with the Florida League of Cities. They have this on their radar. Other cities within Florida also have these types of programs that require private developers to pay into a program or to create public art. And we're going to see what we can do to tweak that so that it's amended. Maybe it's something that looks like our program, that it's only a percentage or a percentage of a percentage. So again, that's moving forward, and we're working with teams to try to amend that bill. The next one is unlawful demolition of historic homes, which we are in support of because it permits some architectural boards to increase fines if there is a knowing and willing demolition of a historic place that is known to be on a national register. So we want to protect our historical structures. We're in support of this bill. The next, this SB 634, permits local governments to designate areas and redefine single-family owner use, meaning that this is where you have an individual owner that lives in his property and doesn't own more than 3 parcels of land within that specific zoning area. So it's a proponent of land ownership rather than hybrid use, where you can have someone that owns an unlimited amount of properties and renting them out, so that this is an area that you control where people own that property. Next is construction regulations, SB 712. This has to do with control of artificial turf. So what this statute says is that you can no longer, as a municipality, regulate where somebody places artificial turf on their property. We're in opposition to this. This goes against the standing policy of the city. I don't know if you guys have questions about this topic.
It is what it is.
Well, just one question. Do they address permeability issues in this? Because I know that the artificial turf, I've heard, is less permeable, and then you have the drainage issues that are exacerbated by that.
No, ma'am, not expressly, but they leave it to DEP to come up with some kinds of rules to implement this. Hopefully when there's an opportunity for public comment with DEP prior to them issuing a rule, there'll be a chance for us to state something and for other municipalities to bring this up. It's a discussion we've had in the manager's office that it obviously we have to address, but in the bill itself, it does not. It just gives that power to DEP.
I'll reserve to the end.
Yes, sir.
Fernando, what is the other item hidden within that particular?
The prompt processing of the change orders, yeah, that requires, I think it's a 30-day window that if a developer has a change to their, if they submit a change order, local government has a limited window to process those change orders, which is another item that we oppose. Mr. Manager, do you want to expand on that, or?
Well, basically, the process will be truncated to a specific amount of time. So if the municipality does not approve the change order, automatically gets approved. If you don't do it within a certain period of time, you don't deal with it, you don't approve or disapprove, then it automatically becomes approved.
Correct. We'll move on to this next category, which is taxes. And so many of these taxes have to do, like I mentioned previously, with homestead exemptions. What we're seeing is that both on the House and Senate side, there are some proposals to increase the exemption that currently sits, that $25,000 and $25,000. They want to increase that first $25,000 exemption to $75,000. That's in the Senate. That's Senate Bill 1018. And then House Bill 359 would increase that to $100,000. And these are the exemptions to every single tax levy. So there's a second one in there that permits school district taxes to still apply. These would apply to everything. So even the school district wouldn't be able to pull from that. Also, there are deferral of tax payments for properties worth less than $1 million. So a lot of alleviation to taxpayers, whether it's an actual monetary value or the time frame in which they have to pay their taxes. There's another bill that's been introduced to alter the way that millage rates are calculated. That would include new construction and additions. So a couple of fiscal changes that we still have to assess at the city prior to us even saying whether we're going to support or oppose these bills. The last bill on here that's worth mentioning is the study on the elimination of property taxes. And what this charges is that the Office of Economic Development needs to do an impact study that is due by October 1st, that's what this bill proposes, to see what would happen if getting rid of property taxes would be taken over by budget cuts and sales-based consumption taxes and local consumption taxes. So it has just been filed. I haven't seen any movement of the bill, but as soon as I see it, I'll issue you all an update. But again, like I said, that report would be due by October. So if it does pass, we would have very clear information by fall of this year how we're heading in terms of what that removal of property tax would look like. The next category are
And
grant
this was
programs.
discussed at the Florida League of Cities. The last time that the study was conducted, I think it was about 15 years ago, we were looking at a potential 28% sales tax to make up the difference. The conversation that was had there is that now it could potentially be as high as 33 or 34% sales tax to offset the difference. So it'd be interesting to follow this.
Yes, sir. The next category here are the grant programs. This first one, my Safe Home Florida condominium program, the pilot program was begun last year. So now the state is clearly seeing that there's a necessity for additional funding for condominiums. So they're expanding the program and doing away with the pilot denomination. I'm not sure about the value. It's typically every dollar that you put into the program, you get $2 back from the state, and if it matches the My Safe Home Florida program, it'll be $10,000 maximum grant payments. This next bill, SB 696, is for low-income senior residents, where you get a grant of $2,500 to deal with special assessments. That's the objective of this. So as long as you qualify as a senior citizen and you're low income, you may qualify for the $2,500 to pay for those special assessments. And then the last one on the list is House Bill 851, which states that in the case of a hurricane, 5% of the state's sale taxes for the next 2 months after that hurricane makes landfall will be taken and put into this trust fund. And that trust fund is not to exceed $300 million, but a significant amount of funding for the My Safe Home Florida program in the case of needed resiliency reconstruction after a storm. Lastly, I'll go through some of these miscellaneous ones. I mentioned this program at the top, the Construction Disruption Assistance. This is a program that now creates grant funding for small businesses that are affected, that have demonstrable damages from construction near their business, whether it's ingress, egress, noise, whatever is arguable that it's affecting their business. They could qualify up to $25,000 in grant money or $100,000 in low-interest loans to keep their business going and survive whatever the effects of the disruption are. This third-party restaurant reservation platforms makes it prohibits platforms that are unaffiliated and have no relationship with restaurants to issue reservations for these restaurants, so that they're not buying up all, they're not taking up all the reservations and then and disrupting the flow of the business. They require that any platform that's going to allow reservations be in some way associated with that restaurant. And the remainder of these, you have these law enforcement bills that expand the sort of insurance coverage that applies to law enforcement. House Bill 751 makes it so that now whether officers or their family are seeking to claim insurance, that it's in the line of duty and training, not necessarily that they were in hot pursuit and actively injured during a very dangerous event, but so it expands it to all requirements of their professional capacity. And then the last bill right here, House Bill 516, deals with officers under investigation, makes it so that it's a requirement that they be issued the complaint against them and that they know who the complainants are that have filed a complaint against them. And that is all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone in the commission have any comments?
I had a quick question. When you were talking about the special assessments, Senate Bill 696, I think it is, did it specify what type of special assessment? In other words, are we just talking about condominium special assessments, or are we also talking about septic to sewer?
I think it's specifically condominiums, Vice Mayor, but I can get you an answer on that.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am.
Anyone else?
If nobody else has any questions, can we take a picture?
But I'd like to.
Oh,
just wait.
absolutely.
Anyone else? All right, so I had I wish you would have been there, but I had a meeting for my pre-agenda. I think it was yesterday at 8 o'clock. And the city attorney brought to my attention just two of the preemptions. We didn't talk about everything else. If not, I would have mentioned it. The two that she mentioned were art in public places, a preemption for art in public places, and the second one was obviously the artificial grass. I called the Speaker of the House. I'll be meeting with him this week. I actually did it in front of the city attorney and the city manager. And I had a conversation in regards to how important those two items were to the city in regards to preemption. Explain some of the details in regards to art in public places, the economic impact, how it's a signature part of the city beautiful, and how it's something that's really worked well here in the city. And I think that they need to learn a little bit more about the importance of it. So we're going to be meeting this week to talk about those two issues. If you'd like for me to talk about other issues with the Speaker of the House, I'd be more than willing to take that time to sit down and review those items. But I think that he felt that it was a good opportunity to potentially, side with the city in regards to addressing those issues and allowing us to have, the autonomy that we deserve to make sure that we continue to set the city apart from who we are and from others. So I just wanted to give you a recap because I haven't seen you in regards to that issue. So
thank you, sir.
If you want to catch up with me tomorrow, or you can just drop it by my office, just to listen a breakdown of some of the things that you view as critical. I'll have a conversation with him. I'm having a meeting with him this weekend.
Okay, yes, sir.
Do you have who sponsoring that preemption of the art in public places? Do we know where it's coming from?
Yeah, it's Senator Nick DeSigli from Pinellas County. He's a chair of appropriations committee, so whether, he's from Pinellas doesn't necessarily affect us, but the fact that he's a chair of the Transportation Economic Development Committee is a rather powerful position within the Senate.
Okay, no, I'm always curious the origins of all the preemptions.
Yes, sir.
I know sometimes they come from other parts of the state. Obviously, a lot of times they do, but I was just curious to see what the origin is. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So if I may, Mayor, so in order that we get more information, we will, provide information to you either by way of an email, if we don't have a commission anytime soon. But like Fernando is saying, it's thousands of preemption that comes in, so our purpose is to keep you informed all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready for a picture? Yeah. Everyone? No?
Yeah, no, I just have to stretch the knees.
I like them.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I have your photo ready to be shared.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll move on to the next item. We'll come back to item F2. Yep, take 2 seconds. So again, like I said before, Daniel came to visit me at office hours, talked to me a little bit about certain things for the centennial. This is one of the items that he brought to my attention. Beautiful, simple. I don't think it'll cost too much money. And again, it's just another layer on top of layer on top of layer of our centennial celebrations. And it'll get more people engaged as they drive by. Thousands and thousands of people drive by through the city. So hopefully it's another opportunity just to draw more eyes on the centennial and get people engaged. So I love the support of the commission in regards to this. And I'd like to make a motion in support of this so that the manager has some direction moving forward.
Well, I appreciate your support on this. This is something Dina and I started working on in July when Dariel came to see me. What they've been trying to figure out is a way to elevate it. The flower bed at the time was a little more elevated than it is today. Today it's kind of flat. So they've been working on some sort of way to elevate it so it can be visible from the street. But I'll be happy to second so that we can have official direction for staff to continue to work on it.
Sounds good.
I did speak with Dina about it, and, it is feasible. You just have to start working on it.
Got to put some potting soil, elevate it.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Pain? No pain.
Yeah, at all. It's great. We already addressed item F4, correct?
I think we have.
We're good?
Mr. Castro? F4,
Yes, we did.
I think we've covered it.
Yes, we did, but
make sure.
I wanted to go ahead and put a note for whoever's watching out there to go back to item, I think it was H1?
It was in the consent agenda.
To go back to that item because we spoke about it there.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think we're done. Do you have any items for the good of the order?
We've completed the agenda. I just remind people about the farmer's market. It's still running now. It's amazing, so enjoy it. Thank you.
Commissioner Castro?
Can I wait to the end, please?
Commissioner Menendez?
Nothing on my agenda.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I want to take the opportunity to congratulate our new Deputy City Manager, Joe Gomez, and our new Assistant City Manager, Carolina Vester. Both of you have shown incredible dedication to our city, one for less time, one for a long time. But it's great to have you part of our administrative team, which will continue to lead our city and take us to the next level. Having both of you help City Manager Parhus, I think you're all going to be a great team. You have different ways of thinking, different ideas that you bring to the table, different experience, and I think it's just going to elevate our city and take us into our next centennial in a great way. So thank you for taking these new challenges, and thank you for what you do for our city.
Commissioner.
Yes, so I wanted to go ahead and share with the residents that I did come up with a welcome to Coral Gables. It's like a little welcome package folder with a lot of useful information in here. I've sent it in my newsletter. I'm sending it to all new residents that are coming into Coral Gables. However, if you go ahead and DM me on social media, send me an email, or call my office, I would be more than happy to go ahead and send one to you as well. What's included in this package is a lot of information of how the commission is composed, information about the millage rate, where to play pickleball, where our parks are located, information about the trash guidelines, solid waste, chief of police, fire, trash pits, a whole welcome package for people that do not live in Coral Gables, but there's a lot of actual useful information that maybe you don't have being a longtime resident. There's also a directory, because sometimes you're home and you're like, oh, I'm having this issue, but I don't know where to call or who to contact. So I included a lot of the best places to call with names and direct numbers and emails. So if you are interested, go ahead and contact my office, email me, or you could DM me through Instagram. Oh, and I also included a little gift, which is a little calendar for 2025. And that would be all. Thank you.
All right, I have one item. So I met with a bunch of residents yesterday and the deputy city manager, and it was a very fruitful meeting along with Fred Cusero to discuss an ongoing problem that we're having here in the city. And the issue that we're having is again, thank God these are issues that we're dealing, and not with other serious, even more serious issues, but we're dealing with existing parks and parks that come online, and the concept of dog-friendly parks, off-leash, on-leash, and you kind of have two factions. And then you have certain instances, not the majority, of people who take their dogs to a park and for some reason they want to have them off leash. Then the dogs defecate, the dogs go all over the play equipment, it becomes a problem. We've seen that happen in some of the parks that I've been able to find and acquire on behalf of the city. The main point, the one that was a big one, was the one on Granada across from the country club. That's been a contentious one for years. But now, yesterday we met with the residents at Majority, and they were talking about, 3 days a week dog park, 3 days a week residents, 1 day a week on leash. So many ideas that just won't work, especially on the management side. We also talked about potentially taking a portion of the park and making it a little bit of a dog park. Again, that doesn't work either. You overload that park with 15, 20 dogs. Before you know it, it becomes a maintenance nightmare. And like Mr. Cusero said, it's the constant maintenance and the constant maintenance. And again, it's not up to our standards. So I came up with an idea that I wanted to bring before the commission. And I asked for Fred, through the manager's office, to flush this out. I think what we've seen, and another piece of legislation that I wrote that's been very fruitful, is the illegal dumping legislation, where we installed cameras in the North Gables before we had major issues. And once we've installed these cameras, we see a 98% drop. There was an actual article on community newspapers that actually talked about it. We see immediate turnaround and positivity in regards to people stopping the illegal dumping. We've actually caught people illegal dumping. So I think what we should do is we should apply similar technology to each one of our parks. And it's a twofold benefit. Number one, we'll put signage and we'll put a camera, one of these new technology cameras that has a 360 view of the entire park. I think it sends a strong message that we want people to maintain order, to be held accountable. The residents love the idea, correct, Mr. Deputy City Manager? They thought it was a great idea on both sides of the aisle. It will result in accountability. And the other issue that I brought up that just came out of the conversation, that was a nice long conversation, was the fact that, you know, this will also result in the neighboring properties also having coverage in regards to anybody who comes to the neighborhood to commit a crime. Either a simple crime like breaking into a car, which is not simple, but again, it's a crime where they come in and they steal your change, because over 60%, from what I remember, of these cars are left unlocked. So please lock your cars, it's important. To more violent crimes that, thank God, we don't have here in the city, but again, it's just another layer. Maybe somebody late night is walking the dog, or is walking their child, or is out for a run. This is just another layer of protection that the city has access, and tells people, listen, this area is under supervision. It's under constant supervision. So I asked the manager through his office to be able to start working on, with the existing parks that we have, to see how we install through the budget process one camera. One camera that is not pointed in one direction, but one camera that is all-encompassing. They have these new technology that we use in a lot of my projects to basically be able to see the entire job site. And it's just one camera that has multiple different lenses and features to it. The technology already exists. I think it's very beneficial, and I think it's a multi-layered process. It will keep people who are not following the rules in line, along with the signage, but then it'll also be another safety measure. So if you'd like to get involved in this, I'm working on this with the manager and the deputy city manager to hopefully be able to put this in this year's budget. I think it makes sense, and I think it's an easy fix, and all the residents on both sides were very happy about it. Mr. Deputy Manager, would you like to add anything on that, or no? Please.
Thank you, Mayor Lago and Commissioners and Vice Mayor Anderson. As the mayor said, I think yesterday's meeting was a very productive meeting. We had folks who are passionate on both sides of the issue.
We had a lot of people there.
Absolutely. But they came together, and I think the solution that was proffered, which is the security camera with a 360 view of the park area, will certainly help in the issues. It's not just whether the dogs are running unleashed or not, but also from a security purpose for our residents. So I think it's a great idea, and and I spoke to the city manager last night after our meeting, and we're definitely excited to move forward with this.
Yeah, and we were also very candid with the residents. We told them, listen, this is gonna take a year, because you got to budget for it, unless we can find money in last year's budget that wasn't properly allocated. Not that it wasn't properly, excuse me, that was allocated, maybe it was a surplus, or maybe extra money came in, or maybe we didn't do a project for one reason or another, we can use that money. But I think that these type of public safety projects, for example, this project in itself, is something that I want to see in the budget. I want to see as a budget line item. I think this is, again, getting rid of the dog poop and getting rid of unleashed dogs, you know, which are a hazard, especially for young kids, is important. But I think the idea of having this public safety option at every park is really going to deliver, and it's going to be another layer in our public security arsenal. So just wanted to put that out there. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, and just get your input and have you work with the manager if you have any ideas that you want to layer onto that.
So I also had a meeting on Friday during office hours with a group of individuals around the Salvador Dog Park, and they're going to be bringing forward the specific sand that is going to be appropriate, because it was rather apparent from the sample that's in my office right now that what was put in there was the leftovers from the Christmas park. And it's not going to work, even with a beautiful topper on it, which immediately, once the dogs go running through it, is mixed in with the muddy dirt and not good. But your message about separating off-leash dogs from children is paramount, and I don't think you should be having off-leash dogs with children for a multitude of reasons. The children can get hurt. You have the remnants of things that weren't picked up, and then you also have some folks that don't pick up. So they also talked about having a camera at that park to encourage compliance. So I'm all for it, and manager, I'll give you the specific grade of sand as soon as it's identified for me from the architect that was present.
So on that point, you know, I think that this should be at every park. At every park, we should have a camera that will give us, you know, again, we'll be in touch and people will see it. It's a deterrent. When people see that camera, they know that someone's watching, and again, I think it's a deterrent, and it delivers, for example, like we said before, with illegal dumping. The second thing that I'm presenting, that I already presented to the manager on an email, which I've done probably 10 times already since I've been elected, and I'm doing it again, is a piece of property that was brought to my attention that could be potentially an asset to the city as a park. We have the funds already in the Parks Fund, Acquisition Fund, which I wrote that legislation. And I think it's a great piece of property, that will complement already an existing park that is in dire need. I sent the email to the manager last week. The realtors, I've been working with them for about a month to try to avoid the property going to market. It has not gone to market yet. So the manager has that information. I hope the manager will have a conversation with the commission because I think it's a great opportunity. Obviously, it's in the fledgling state. You have to have appraisals. You have to do a lot of legwork in preparation, but I think it's a very interesting piece of property that would complement our efforts in the park. If the commission would like to have the piece of property, I'm all for it. If they don't, again, the owner will sell it for a lot of money. So
I'm absolutely for it.
I think we have the money, and it's a park that, if you analyze it, this piece of property could potentially provide even more relief to an overflowing park already. So please speak with the manager. I sent him that email already, and I look forward to your input, and hopefully he can start negotiating with the realtor in regards to this property. If there's nothing else further to discuss, I hope everybody has a nice week. God bless. Thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you to everybody who participated. Take care.
Recording stopped.